your hand. And we will start with council chambers and then go to online comments. And we'll start, the first person signed up is not a Port Angeles resident. We'll get to them, but I'm going to go to Port Angeles residents first and then circle back around. So we'll start with Jim Hagwood.
Good evening, Council. Mayor, just for clarification, if we want to speak twice, do we come back to the end?
You can.
There's so many topics on the agenda.
So you can speak now to anything on the agenda with the exception of the public hearing items.
Okay.
You can speak during the public hearing to any of those items, and you can speak during the second public comment period to anything that
I can't speak again in the first public hearing.
Correct.
First public comment.
Correct. Yes. And I did have a question about that already, so I want to
get 6 minutes then?
No, but just for note,
okay.
There, all of the comprehensive plan related items are continued to the second meeting of December.
Okay.
So you're welcome to speak at those. Yeah. So just prioritize your comments.
Thank you. Again, Jim Hagwood, resident of the city of Port Angeles. Over the past 24 months, a group of professional realtors, inspectors, appraisers, lenders, members of the Port Angeles Realtors Association have been working on the comprehensive plan. And we believe, I'm going to make 4 key points here tonight that I think will even improve the plan more than it is already. The first point is, and this was brought up previously, there are no overall goals and objectives to this plan. What is this plan intending to do, impact, influence, or change in the next 20 years? It's not clear. So we would offer these. Lower the resident median income by attracting and retaining families, raise the median household income, balance single-family home, owner-occupied home with multifamily rental housing, grow the tax base with private investment, and strengthen commercial, retail, industrial sectors by diversifying the economic base. So some overriding goals about what are our priorities and what are we trying to accomplish. I'd like to speak next to what we see as an imbalance here, that we think the plan will be stronger if it comes back into balance between rental occupied units and owner occupied units. My analysis of the plan as it's written right now, if you track the words in the document, subsidized housing shows up 43 times. Single family household dwellings is referenced 3 times. Owner occupied is not referenced. Market rate housing is not referenced in the plan. So our opinion is this plan is a bit flawed under the assumptions that are behind the housing section. First of all, the plan prioritizes rental housing, ADUs, duplexes, triplexes, multifamily, over owner-occupied units. It does say we want a variety of homes, but it does not say that owner-occupied single-family homes are important to us in Port Angeles. Port Angeles already has a higher than average rental housing supply at 44% higher than the county and the state. The plan suggests that 64% of the new residents by 2045, this is over 2,000 people, will be making less than $30,000 a year. Okay, the plan also says that 64% of the new housing units for residents will be less than 50% of AMI. That means they can afford about $825 a month. On volume 2, page B74, the subsidized housing analysis, I think, tells the story behind these assumptions. It states clearly why this is not feasible, it's not a solid plan, and it's not sustainable. It suggests that there's 1,809 units for 80% of AMI or less, which will cost the community $477 million or almost $24 million a year to achieve that. So what we're saying is bring this back into balance with owner-occupied single-family homes with rental-occupied products. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I forgot to mention for anyone who's not familiar, 3-minute, state your name, whether or not you're a resident, and then you'll have 3 minutes. If you're in council chambers, the clock is in the lights on the lectern. Next, Noah Brady. are you speaking to the items on the public hearings? That's what you checked, so you have another one? Okay, that's fine, thank you.
You okay if I adjust it? Kind of a bigger guy. Hi, I'm Noah Brady. I'm a Port Angeles resident. So I wanted to speak broadly because there's a lot of specific points that I think should be discussed. But I think I want to point to foundational items that I think are very problematic and are causing what many, including I believe, to be a steady decline of quality in Port Angeles and population, et cetera. So I think it is a gross foundational error to assume that population is to be managed, that government is somehow the expert imposing its will on a citizenry. It should be the exact opposite. It is our liberty, is our exercise as free citizens that is to be guarded. You guys are to protect the boundary. I say you guys and all of us as citizens as well. Our government is meant to protect the boundaries so that we can produce and we can create. When the government overreaches, like I believe ours has, this is stifled. This is lowered in quality, and people leave, or they become apathetic, or they just succumb and decide to stay in that generational loop of dependence. I think this is immoral. I'm not alone in this. I've been spending a lot of time essentially grassrooting to make sure that I'm not alone in my perspective. I'm not alone in this feeling of purposeful, let's say, pushing aside, to be non-poetic. I believe that a lot of this, and I want to say it explicitly, is progressive, Marxist-based. And I believe that that is a purposeful act and that some of it is unwillful and simply the teaching that is brought into this chamber, regardless of whether it's purposeful or active. Marxism kills governments in every scenario. It is a plague upon people, and it does not benefit us as we mature as a citizenry. It doesn't allow us to express our free liberties. When the city says it promotes small business, it promotes the artistic side, it promotes XYZ, all these beautiful things that we should promote, but then its actions convey a sense of ownership over us, or that we are simply, you can tax us into oblivion, that is immoral. And I speak in broadly because I know I'm not going to speak on the public hearing tonight, at least right now. But in general, the way our taxes are done, it is a creeping 1% here, 2% here. But this has been years and years and years. And how are we, when you tax us, you take our work, right? You take our labor. That's theft. Beyond the reasonable means to protect our liberties, beyond that is theft. It feels like theft, and it is theft. It is our clothes, it is our housing. Allow people to produce and to own, and the land will develop.
Thank you. Next we have James Taylor.
I'm James Taylor. I live in the city limits. What I've heard from Jim Hagwood and the previous gentleman is that the city seems to think that it is the top of the food chain of the community. And if I sit here and watch city council's actions, it seems to me that they promote City Hall rather than the community. And, you know, we keep growing and growing and growing without a clear direction of what we want to be. You know, we could look at the past STR crisis that was self-inflicted upon the citizenry by city council, that we go and beat up 5 independent businesses rather than saying we're open for business. We pick fights with Platypus. There's a coffee shop that wanted to go over by the airport. Took them 2 years to get a permit. We really need to think of the city as something that serves the people and not the people serving the city. And I'll get into it when we talk budget.
Thank you. Sean Washburn.
Good evening, Sean Washburn. I'm a business owner in the city of Port Angeles. I want to talk about condos and townhomes real quick and how they relate to affordable housing. With an average sales price of about $427,000 this past year, these two types of homes are not and cannot be grouped into the affordable housing discussion. Neither one of them are affordable to the less than 120% of AMI demographic. To make things even worse, in the numbers I just referenced, we didn't even account for HOA fees, condo fees, which all condos in town seem to have. They range from $250 a month to $475 a month or more. That's not counting any assessments that may be tacked on for building improvements, things, big construction projects. They can be upwards of several $1,000s. One condo association I know has like a $40,000 assessment going on right now for some major rehab work. So if buyers can come up with the approximately $92,700 cash they need to close on a 20% down loan on a $427,000 condo, it would cost them about $2,400, dyslexia there, $2,400 a month for the mortgage, including taxes, insurance, etc. So obviously, the 120% and below AMI doesn't work for that. As a general rule, when you're looking at HOAs and fees associated with HOAs, they're going to add approximately they're going to reduce a buyer's purchasing power by $10,000 per $50 a month. So if there's a $200,000 HOA, big numbers. If there's a $200 HOA fee, it's going to reduce a buyer's purchasing power by about $40,000. To give you an example of some of the costs of homes or these condos and townhomes right now, the new ones up at the Reserve, Valley Creek by IBC Church, they're selling for $395,000 or more. The condos near Second Chair are selling for about $500,000. The orchards out on 14th range from $315,000 to $340,000, depending on number of bedrooms and size. They're mainly 1 and 2 bedroom homes. So we can't really lump those into the affordable housing discussion. So then we'll talk about the prohibition of single-family residences. If we look in the comp plan, LV 1.5 and LV 3.7 kind of contradict each other from my understanding. LV 1.5 states that the medium and high-density zoning's expected uses would be all residential uses, quote, and LV 3.7 states that these zones would prohibit single-family dwellings, not limit or otherwise, but completely prohibit. So no one is arguing the need for more multifamily dwellings, whether subsidized or not. Our position is that we need more of all types of housing. Remember when we were discussing the effects of STRs on our housing stock? Many people sat up here and stated how important these single-family homes were for workforce housing. I would say that they're just as important today as they were then. So let's not limit our single-family residences. And then, of course, I talked about this before, but let's get a blighted property program together that helps homeowners with some fees on rehabbing homes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Steve Luxton.
Good evening. I'm Steve Luxton. I live in the city. I'm here to first talk about the sidewalk fee in lieu program. Had a very positive meeting with the city last week, and I think we've gotten it to a point where I'm happy to have this pass into the city code. From the development perspective, I believe that the ordinance is neutral. It's not going to have really a positive or negative effect on what the builders are doing, but for the city and for the taxpayers, the benefits are really great because we can finally put an end to this isolated, the orphan sidewalks they're everywhere, and finally kind of get to a consistent policy that'll help build this necessary infrastructure in the highest need places. So I would say I'd like to make one change on it, which is on page G27, section 3, effective date. We'd like to change that to April 1, the first day of the second quarter. We have a few people that have plans that are in process and they've already began, and they just need a little more time to get those going. And they haven't budgeted in the increased costs of this, so we're asking for just a delay in that. Otherwise, I think this will be good for the community. I'll just talk a little bit about. I haven't had time to dig into all these changes yet, but just a few reflections about how life actually works. If people are saying we want to have sidewalks everywhere and we want to keep neighborhood composition, if we want to have trees everywhere and we want to have, we're worried about environmental quality. You also have to ask them what they're willing to pay for that, because most of the time they're not going to pay anything for it. And it's the trend in my life and in the last 20 years or maybe forever has been to create a situation where the newcomer, the person that's trying to build a house or the person that hasn't arrived in town yet, is going to bear the entire burden of these new costs. And we've seen that happen in housing to a point in Washington where, there's probably $80,000 to $100,000 of extra costs that are specific to our state because of this style of policy that never really asked the people who are enfranchised to ever pay for anything. And the same can be said, I'm making a public comment now, but I'd also say that a lot of the people who can go in and make a comment at 2 or 3 in the afternoon on a workday tend to be the kind of perennial public commenters who, almost are always homeowners over 60 and, they're not working. So I think we need to consider that too when we're reading comments as well. But those are just some thoughts I had. I would like to see this passed, and I think this is going to be good for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We'll go to John, and then we'll go to Craig, and then we'll go online.
Hi, John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. I'm first going to talk about the signal controller upgrade. Hope you don't pay a dime on it. It makes no sense to have lights that are not coordinated to flow in a sequence where you're either going to sit and idle or stop and go. Second item is the proposed sidewalk fee in lieu. I think what the city has put together is fine. I would prefer, instead of April 1st, that it be delayed even further, similar to when the latest or most current energy code was proposed by the state. The city didn't adopt it for at least a year and a half. It takes time for builders, planners, stormwater people, et cetera, to gather things together to decide if they're going to move forward. April 1st is certainly better than the proposed January date, but I would like it extended further. The last thing I'm going to talk about, you've got an item on your agenda, Race Street Complete Street Project. I participated in all the hearings and et cetera, for the widening of 8th Street from about, Race Street from about 8th up to Race. I certainly was not aware of, and in my mind, of what some of the visuals would be. To me, the street is way too narrow. Now, I'm bringing up some of these things because you're still going to be working on some things between First or Front and up to 8th Street on Race. I'm going to talk to you about, I think the streets are way too narrow. Maybe legal, but way too narrow for 30 miles an hour. If you don't think that they're not too narrow, then go south of the intersection of Lordson Boulevard and Race, and you'll see where the city has already had to repaint the double yellow line because people go over it. And I think that's the second time. The other item that came up with poor design was it's difficult for buses to turn up to Race Street as they're leaving Franklin School. It's a problem, and I hope that doesn't happen at any other intersections where we're trying to do wider sidewalks, bicycle lanes, etc. Third item is the right-hand turn lane as you're going south on Race and turning onto Park Street. My estimation is that 30% of the traffic going up Race turns to the west on the boulevard. Because of the narrowing of the lanes, there's only room for about 2 or 3 cars to stack in there. And once those 2 or 3 cars pass, all the stacking continues down towards 8th Street. So I hope in the next plan, the public gets a chance to comment further and it just doesn't get okayed as is. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, we'll go to Craig and then we'll go online. Thank you for your patience, Craig.
Hi, Craig Armstrong, Squim resident. I'm a builder in Squim, been there since '95, built 104 homes, enticed to come to Port Angeles and buy some property to build some multifamily lots. I had a meeting with the city, the housing authority, and they told me that of what I could do. And then Steve informed me of the new law of the in lieu of fee and possibly even having to put in curb and gutter and sidewalk, which would make the project not work. So I'm glad that he took the lead on this. I think the in lieu of fee, the way it is good. I'm with Mr. Ralston that it should be extended further. I don't know if I might be able to get it permitted by April, but these things do take a lot of time. And I do have to say that it seems like the different departments in the city are at odds with each other. The public works, they want what they want, where the housing authority is like, hey, let's build some houses. And the two really need to kind of get together and decide what the goal is, to build more houses or just raise more fees.
Thank you, Craig. All right, let me get my timer ready. We will go to Kelly Johnson. Kelly, I'll start your timer once I know that we can hear you.
Thank you, council members. Can you hear me?
I can, so go ahead. I'll start.
Okay, great. Thank you. Kelly Johnson. I am a resident of the city of Port Angeles, and I am speaking today as a longtime resident and a realtor who is deeply invested in the future of Port Angeles. Most people aspire to own a single family home. It's not just a preference, it's a cornerstone of community stability, economic resilience, and generational opportunity. Yet the comprehensive plan barely acknowledges this. We must affirm that homeownership is a core value, not a secondary concern. Residents voiced a strong support for homeownership and balanced development. Those themes must be reflected in the final plan. I'm also concerned about the proposal to prohibit single-family homes in medium and high-density zones. That restricts housing choice and flexibility at a time when we need more, not fewer, options. And if we're serious about increasing housing supply, infrastructure must be prioritized. The city should actively plan utility extensions to large parcels within the city limits and the UGA to expand our residential land base. Let's make sure this plan reflects what our community truly wants: the opportunity to own a home and live in a thriving, well-serviced city. And part two, I'd also like to express my full support for the comments made by Steve Luxem and John Ralston regarding the sidewalk fee in lieu policy. I appreciate both of them for leading the charge on this issue and bringing forward thoughtful, practical solutions. As someone who works closely with property owners and developers, I've seen how rigid infrastructure requirements, when not applied with flexibility, can stall otherwise beneficial projects. Steve and John's advocacy reflects a deep understanding of both the policy and real-world impacts on housing and investment in our community. Thank you for your considering their recommendations and for continuing to engage with those of us who work to build a stronger Port Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. All right. Ooh, an echo. That's fun. All right. And then we'll go to Susie Blake. Susie, I'll make sure we can hear you first.
Hello.
Hello, we can hear you. So I'll go ahead and start your timer now.
Thank you. Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident. I love hearing everyone comment. I learned so much. So I'm mostly just here for the comments to learn. But I want to touch quickly on the citywide rezone on page G49. I appreciate there's been some effort by staff and I think and or the Planning Commission together to address making sure that existing single household dwellings will remain conforming if damaged or destroyed. I'd like to see some additional clarity on that so that there's no way that my home can someday become non-conforming because I want to do a major refurbishment, you know, not like adding on a wing, but I just would like even more clarity in that because seeing the direction that a lot of the policies that council and staff are putting forward scares me that you're going to try to turn my home non-conforming and I'm there for the long haul. And that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Susie. All right. Anyone else wish to speak during this first public comment period? Okay. We will do the consent agenda quickly and then move on to our public hearings because it's just 6:30 or soon after. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? I do know we need to, sorry, I couldn't let you speak to it. We're going to do 6 as a separate vote because Councilmember Suggs needs to recuse herself because it's related to the harbor cleanup and she has a conflict. So anything anyone would like to pull? Anything anyone would like to add? Drew?
I'd like to go ahead and add J1, signal controller upgrades.
Any opposition to adding J1? Looks like Lindsay maybe is going to say something. No.
I'll
okay.
speak to it, but I don't oppose it.
Okay. All right. Then we will add that. So I will read the consent agenda without item 6. City Council minutes of November 5th, 2025. Expenditure report from August 25th, 2025 to November 7th, 2025 in the amount of $5,539,693.29. Ray Street Complete Street Project TR0209 final acceptance. Network switch replacements. Signal controller upgrades TR0120 final acceptance. Any comments, questions, or a motion to approve? Lindsay,
Did I skip number 3? Yeah, I was going to comment. I think you
I did.
number 3.
Sorry. Okay. Just a moment. Also, equipment purchase replacement of street division vehicle mounted magnesium chloride anti-icing spray system. Sorry, it got lost in all the words around it. Lindsay, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Just speaking of the signal upgrade, I hear the community concern about the programming of those signals. I also really appreciate our city engineer explaining this contract is for the work that was done for the hardware. The software can continue to be tinkered with and reprogrammed and optimized. And that is not this contract, is my understanding. So I do think it makes sense to pay our contractors for the work they did. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay. I do need a motion, I guess.
Mayor Dexter?
Yeah.
Second. Just want to clarify, you did add the signal controller when you went through
Yes.
that, correct? Okay, thank you.
That one I did read, I just skipped 3, but I went back and added. Did you say you moved to approve? Okay. And, no, okay, thank you. So Drew moved and Latricia seconded, Carrie. Any further comments or questions? All right, anyone opposed to the motion to approve the consent agenda as read, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously and we'll give Latricia a second. Do you need to leave for that or do you just don't vote? Okay.
We're not having a discussion.
Right. That's right, because it's on consent. All right, so we have an additional consent agenda item, Port Angeles Harbor Cleanup Environmental Issues 10th Amendment to PSA with Integral Consulting.
I move to approve that item of the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments? Nope. All right, hearing none. Anyone opposed to the motion to approve the Port Angeles Harbor Cleanup Environmental Issues 10th Amendment to PSA with Integral Consulting, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, that brings us to our first public hearing, item F1. That is the property tax collection. And I think I'm going straight to you, Serena, for this one.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. This is the second reading of the property tax ordinance levying 2025 property tax for collection in 2026. It's also the reading of the resolution authorizing the 1% property tax increase. And there was a presentation at the November 5th council meeting that did provide an overview of the property tax process as well as estimated impacts to homeowners. And so as a reminder, the levy can only be increased by 1% in its entirety, and that's per state law. That is not by individual property, but it's important to know that that's the entire levy amount is a 1% increase. And as an example, a home valued at $300,000 in 2025 would see an average increase of about $10.83 for the full year, or about 90 cents a month. And that's based on the average assessed valuation increases of about 2.9% that was received from the county. This amount does include the City of Port Angeles levy only and is not inclusive of any other jurisdictions because we don't know what those levies look like at this time. The city's financial policies also do direct a 1% increase each year. And additionally, there are discounts and deferrals that are available for property tax through the county assessor's office. And those are for senior and disabled individuals based on income. And so those applications can go through the assessor's office at the county. And so tonight, staff is recommending that council continue the public hearing from the 2026 property tax levy, that you close the public hearing, conduct the second reading of the ordinance levying 2025 property tax for collection in 2026, and the reading of the resolution authorizing the 1% property tax increase, and that you adopt the ordinance and pass the resolution. And with that, I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right, let's do the public hearing, and then we will have council questions and discussions. So again, we'll do council chambers first and then online. If you are joining us virtually and wish to speak to the in the public hearing for property tax collection, please raise your virtual hand. That is found at the bottom of your screen. If you're in the WebEx, if you're joining by phone, dial *3. And we don't have a sign up for this. There are a couple people who have signed up, so I can start with them. But I will just make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak. Same rules. Please state your name and whether or not you're a resident, and you will have 3 minutes to speak to the issue. And we'll start with Noah Brady, since you signed up and checked that you wanted to speak on this. If you know you want to speak and you feel like standing up for a little bit, feel free to line up a little bit on the side there. That's fine. Go ahead when you're ready.
Noah Brady, Port Angeles resident. I'm going to hope and ask that you guys vote no. It's not just a 1% tax. It never is, but it's 1% in addition to all the other taxes and burdens that this population already has to bear. Especially when majority of them are living paycheck to paycheck. It's easy when there's money left over to go, oh, an extra $20 here, an extra $10 here. But when the account is already negative, as many in the population struggle with, it's just another stone on their back. It's another % of their labor that is forcibly taken from them, because whenever you guys act, you're acting with the authority of the government. That is only by force. And so again, I want to really encourage you guys to think about not just the now impact, but the behavioral impact, the cultural impact of these levies and like policies, and how they affect the day-to-day of that fringe population. They're not fringe, but those who are in the negative or check to check, right? To consider them and to consider the 1% more stress that they have to bear, in addition to all the other stress that on the daily they have to bear. It comes with a lot of citywide impacts. You know, mental health is not a mute point. It doesn't, as many of you guys know, and I've heard you guys speak to, it has a real world impact on crime, on how people spend, how much they save, how they invest. And often I do not hear the correct association about how that mental health is impacted by taxation and other type of restrictive policies. People do not want to work if they feel that work is not rewarded. That is the simple truth. When people's labor is not their own, they are less likely to produce. The city wants to generate quality, it wants to generate development. It needs to allow people to do that. It doesn't need to be use imagery. It doesn't need to cut them again 1% down to size. And again, every year, because they're legally allowed to, doesn't mean that we have to. I won't ramble on. I'll give the rest of my time, but I just want to really encourage you guys to think about, as you do, I'm encouraged that you do, to think about the real world impacts of these taxes.
Thank you. Other folks wish to speak to the property tax public hearing. Go ahead, come on down. I have two hands online. Sorry, there's a bit of a slope there. So we'll finish up in council chambers first.
Hi, I'm Tabitha and I'm a Port Angeles resident. I wanted to speak on property taxes because I know that my grandparents are heavily looking into actually moving out of the country because it's not really an affordable area to live anymore. So I want you guys to also consider that you guys are pricing people out of their homes. And it's making it really hard because, you know, they've lived here for 20 years and they have a home that's over $1 million, but, you know, what you buy out here is not equivalent to, you know, being able to retire affordably here too. So if you guys would consider that, that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers wish to speak? Go ahead, come on down.
Good evening. My name is Dalton Tolis. I'm a Port Angeles City resident. I want to expand on what Noah and Tabitha have mentioned in their comments about taxes. The unfortunate truth about taxes is at no time in the history of taxation anywhere and overtaxation, overburdening of citizens, has that ever been a productive or positive solution to anything. You are, as Tabitha has mentioned, overburdening residents who have been here and whose families have been here for generations. And I pay very close attention to a lot of the comments that are made online about problems that are happening with overtaxation, with overburdening, with over-regulations in the city, both from people who still live here and are still struggling to stay here and people who have moved on. There are an awful lot of people who stayed here and tried to fight the good fight and produce warnings to those in charge that if you don't find a creative solution that is not taxing residents, whether you're talking a property tax, utility tax hike, whatever, you are going to be left with no residents at all. And what that's going to be looking like is an awful lot more homes that are left destitute and decrepit and steadily breaking down, an awful lot more storefronts that now have no businesses in them and have no invitation for businesses to come from out of the area and set up shop. You're going to be left with a bunch of wandering, shambling, broken-spirited people who now no longer have homes because they can't afford to live here, or people who just simply decide that it's not worth it. I don't think that's very fair for people whose families came here and spent generations building wealth, building value in this community. It's not fair to them that you cannot creatively come up with a solution that's not taxes to fund your projects. Whether or not they're agreeable projects or not is a different conversation for a different time. But there are people who are trying to come up with creative solutions in other states, in other cities, in other municipalities that aren't taxes, okay? And we can come up with creative solutions. That's not an arguable point. We can come up with different ways to fund what we need for this city and to encourage people to come here, whether they are residents looking to set up shop, looking to set up homes, looking to build their families, or they are tourists coming to buy our goods and services and help produce a financial basis by which we can fund our lives. Port Angeles used to be a tourist town. It's not a tourist town anymore. Nobody wants to come here. Nobody wants to visit us. They see a 400, 500% increase in homelessness, and they see the kind of damage that that's doing to our city. They don't want to be here anymore. So you guys need to take that in consideration when you're talking about more taxes and more burdens on us residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? While the next speaker is walking down, I forgot to mention before our first public comment period, we do usually have a camera that switches so that people watching the meeting online can see the lectern. That is not working properly tonight, so you just get to see us the whole time, but you can hear the speakers. So just wanted to make sure people understood what was going on. James, go ahead.
James Taylor, I'm a taxpayer in Port Angeles. The idea that we need a tax increase on property is because we're not willing to control our budget. You know, this tax increase is because we spend so much money per person in this budget. You know, this has a direct impact, and we still can't even meet the budget. We're dipping into our savings by $24.5 million. We can't get that out of property taxes. You can't get that out of sales taxes. This town really needs to start thinking. This town already thinks it. City council and city government need to start thinking about being fiscally responsible so they don't need to raise taxes.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Okay, we will go online. Let me get my timer ready. And I apologize if I say your last name wrong, but we'll start with Laura Deer or Derry. And we'll make sure we can hear you before we start your time. It looks like there might be an issue unmuting on the user side. That's what this often looks like. We'll wait another minute and see if we can figure it out, and then we may come back.
Testing. Can you hear
me?
This is Laura Deer.
I can hear you now. Yes, so go ahead. I'll go ahead and start your timer.
All right, thank you. I just saw this meeting this morning. And
can you make sure, sorry, don't mean to interrupt you. I stopped the time. Can you please state your name and whether or not you're a resident before you give us your comment?
Oh, yes, absolutely. My name is Laura Deer. I am definitely a resident. 7th Street, thank you. And I just saw this meeting notice this morning. So I apologize for my lack of preparedness. I would have done a lot more research. When I saw that there was a meeting about the property tax increase of 1%, I'm appalled. Noel, Tabitha, Dalton, James, and speakers before me spoke much more eloquently than I will ever be able to speak. But one of the things I want to say is that I left Seattle because the property taxes were more than I could afford then, and that was in 2018. And now I'm seeing the same property tax increases. I've seen dollars I paid in property tax in West Seattle that I'm paying today. And I have less options and less services than I did in West Seattle. Last year, my property tax increased 16% over last year. That was just 1 year. And now you say you want to put more taxes for 1%. For what? I don't know. Into infinity? I mean, I have to say, please do not do that. Myself, because I see these increases and everything, I'm looking at my options in removing my residency. Mind you, I came here hoping to retire. As of today, I'm retired 1 month. I'm 70 years old, and I definitely am now going to be on a fixed income, and I don't have a lot of options. And to increase my property tax and continually increase it for something I don't know what for, I don't get that. I don't understand. It appears to me that our healthcare options appear to be decreasing, and our providers are less available. I mean, it took me 1 year. I know this is not what we're talking about, but I'm just saying general services, right? It took me a full year to see a doctor for a plantar fasciitis issue. And I'm just saying services available. Anyway, to close, I believe we need to increase Port Angeles tourism and small business development and adhere to a reasonable budget. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to Susie Blake.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, we can hear. I'll go ahead and start your timer.
Thank you. Susie Blake, Port Angeles resident. I wholeheartedly support the comments of all the speakers who spoke on this issue so far. We bought our house here 7.5 years ago, and in that time, the combination of increases from every direction has raised our tax bill 95%. If it continues on that trajectory without any additional increases, our property tax bill alone, by the time I reach full retirement age, will be over $500 a month just in taxes. And in that same time, I've seen the quality of life go downhill rapidly. I've been walking through my neighborhood and witnessed a drive-by shooting. I've had a repeat offender who has a history of violence tasered on my lawn. Everything's gone downhill as far as I'm concerned, and all the prices go up for the taxes. Every entity says it's just this much, but it all goes on the same bill, and the taxpayers are suffering for it. And in that time, you've added a large number of staff to the city in just the last 5 years, while everyone else, while businesses, while families are cutting back. So I fully support all the previous comments on this issue. And also, I just want to say, I'm glad some of you can be so disinterested, but it is really rude and unprofessional to be sitting there eating your dinner on camera while people are pleading for their life in their home. At least have the decency to turn your camera off. Thank you.
May I respond to that? We're required to have our cameras on so that you know I'm present at the council meeting. Sorry, I didn't have time to eat my dinner earlier. Thanks.
All right, we have one more online speaker, Stephen Paleo.
Great. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I'll start your time.
Excellent. So Stephen Paleo, I don't live within just outside of city limits, but I do pay about $7,000 to $8,000 in city of Port Angeles related property tax. Now we all know most of that's most of the increase that we're all experiencing here is due to the levies for the pool and library and school and hospital. So we are all feeling it in our wallets, but I think it's important that we do look at this 1% increase each year, the maximum, that's actually not entirely true. Remember, cities can grow their property tax collections at a faster rate by building, adding more new properties to the tax rolls. And so I like to remind everybody and put context here. You look at the property tax growth on the city of Port Angeles financials, it's grown around 1.5% per year over a 10-year period from 2013 to 2023. All of our comparables have grown 2 to 3 to 4 times faster. Sequim, Walla Walla, even Hoquiam and Shelton and Aberdeen have all grown 2 to 3 times faster their property tax growth because they build faster. And I think this really speaks to what also in our agenda pack this week this meeting is our building report. Year to date, we're showing dwelling units at 42. Last year, we did 95. ADUs are going to be down, it looks like maybe 50% this year. Duplex is down another 20% this year. 0 multifamily so far this year. So again, I really feel like if you want more in property tax collections, one way to grow faster is to really try to focus on making it easier for people to build here. That's it.
Thank you, Stephen. All right. Anyone else? Okay, then I'm going to close. I don't need my gavel. I'm going to close the public hearing for property tax. I'm going to read the ordinance and the resolution and open it up for council discussion. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, levying regular ad valorem property taxes for collection in the fiscal year 2026 and directing the city clerk to certify said amount to the Board of Clallam County Commissioners. and a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington pursuant to RCW 84.55.120, authorizing an increase in the regular property tax levy for 2026. All right, are there comments or questions from council? Who would like to start? Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, I mostly just wanted to make a few comments because I think property taxes is a confusing topic, and I want to make sure everyone's on the same page. It was mentioned that 1% is not actually 1%, and that's correct because it's not 1% of your tax bill. It's 1% of how much the city is allowed to collect in total. It is possible for your tax bill to go down if taxes go up. The amount collected, so property taxes actually works in opposite of what makes sense. In this case, we don't tax everyone 1%. We can collect $100 divided by the number of property value. If everyone's value goes up by the exact same amount, your property taxes don't change. If your house goes up more than the average, then your property taxes will go up. If your house does not go up in value by more than what the city average is, your property taxes go down. As Mr. Palaio pointed out, the only way to actually increase the amount collected is to build new houses. There is a state limit of 1% of existing houses, and that's the total amount that can be collected, not actually how much can be collected from an individual. And that's actually split up among multiple things. So that's correct. 1% is not 1%. I know some people whose tax bills have gone up. I know some people whose tax bills have gone down. And we don't use that tax money entirely to fund special projects. In our agenda packet tonight and available, we've got 20 pages of grant reports. Those projects are funded by grants, which are collected by taxes, spread out federally and statewide. And so it's not all coming out of the pockets of those of us who live here in town. We could quite simply cut several $100 million from the budgets. Your tax bill won't change, period, because it's grants. It's not connected to property taxes. So looking at the total city budget and going, well, we need to cut $200 million from that, or we need to cut $300,000 from it. Sure, no problem. It's not going to change the amount collected. And so I do think it's important to realize the other issue with 1%, that cities are impacted just as much as citizens are. So right now our inflation is 3%, which is not great, but not the end of the world. Inflation is a fact of life. What that means is, of course, as all of us have experienced, is the costs of goods and services have gone up at least 3%, and depending upon especially retail purchases, constructions, things like that, considerably more than 3%. But that means the cost of the city being able to operate has also gone up. We get most of our paper supplies, I believe, from POE in town. Guess what? Their stuff has gone up in price. Things go up in price. And by having a 1% cap, the city will never keep up with inflation. Even if we continue to cut, even if we lay off almost all of the staff, even if we remove services, eventually we won't be meeting it. And the only way to be able to meet that is with new construction. I do want to make sure that that's clear. So the best way to increase property taxes is through new construction. But I think there's just a lot of misconceptions with the way property taxes work and the fact that it actually works backwards. We have an amount that we're allowed to collect that's divided out by everybody. It's not, this is how much we're going to collect because we raised it by X%. So it actually works in reverse. But I just felt that that was an important conversation to have.
Thank you, Drew. Lindsay, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Sorry, I'm hearing a little bit of an echo from the room, so I'll try to ignore that. I think Councilmember Schwab explained that well, and I'd add two things. One is with regard to what happens if we cut staff, if we don't continue to fund the programs of the city, we won't have the opportunity to get those grants. I think there's already a number of grants that we miss just based on our capacity to research and find these other funding opportunities. So cutting back on an already taxed staff, if you will, sorry the pun, is not going to get us out of the financial challenges that people feel in the city. It's going to mean that we have less other opportunities to fund what we do, and we're going to rely more or disproportionately more on the tax funding from our own residents. The second is to think of what happens when we do that. Going back to the beginning of Mayor Dexter and my time on council, we had an issue where the insurance companies that look at fire department services in cities said, you know what, Port Angeles isn't providing enough fire department service, and therefore we're going to recommend downgrading the risk factor, or basically increasing the risk factor for homes and houses and buildings in Port Angeles, and that's going to increase people's insurance rates. You looked at the numbers from then, and it was basically we could have paid more, in taxes as city residents in order to have better fire service, or we could have paid basically about the same amount to our insurance providers for the same homeowners insurance, building insurance that we were already paying for. Not really getting anything more for it, but because of that grading of the city. So it made sense to let's staff up our fire department, have better services. So public programs actually keep costs down and make life more affordable for residents. Having a public hospital makes things more affordable. Being able to call for emergency medical services and not have to pay for that keeps things more affordable for our residents. So I think a lot of people are missing the larger context here of why we are dealing with an affordability crisis. There's a lot of policies happening from the federal government that we don't have any control about. There's a lot of policies happening at the state, which does not adequately tax the ultra rich in our state. And so we end up paying the brunt of it as working people. And that's where we're at. So 1% increase in the amount that the city collects in property tax is $51,900. That's not a lot. That's what we do every year in order to try to keep up, in order to fund our general fund, which funds our police, which funds our fire department, which funds parks and recs, which funds streets. And everybody who leaves here today is going to use those public services, use those public facilities. And it's because of our taxes that we collectively have a city that works and have an economy that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay. I can speak quickly, and then if there's a motion that someone would like to make, I'd be happy to entertain it. I appreciate the comments we've already heard from council. I think it is not lost on me as someone who pays about half of my regular paycheck in housing costs when I include utilities, that all of these things add up. And I do think as a council member, I have to also think about my fiduciary responsibility to make sure the city is healthy and whole, and that we can provide the services that we have committed to providing. And so I think this is, again, as other people have said, one piece of this larger property tax. And I imagine most of the people who are speaking against it, it doesn't matter one way or the other, but a number of the increases have been voted on by the community, for the school district, for the pool, for the hospital, all things that we need. And then we're in a position of, as Drew said, trying to keep up with our increased costs at the end of this with this little 1%. And so I recognize that everything adds up, and I also think we have to be mindful about managing the city. I said last time, and I stand by that I'm happy to, and maybe this is better comment in the budget, but I'll make it now. Since this is relevant to the budget, I'm happy to have a work session at some point in the new year to maybe something along the lines of the prioritization work session that Lindsay and I at least participated in early in our time on council when the mill shut down and we had a big budget gap and we had to look at what are we going to do. And so I think, we can certainly have that conversation. So we are being thoughtful about what we do going forward. And I also think it's important to remember that when we're talking about efficiencies and levels of service, we're talking about people. And that matters to me too. We have, people working for the city that matter and their livelihoods matter too. And so I think we need to be thinking of, anyway, all of those things. So I know it's a tough time to be adding to people's burdens. And I think this is, I feel like mine might actually go down because my property value went down and I wasn't mad about it this year. So if we don't adopt it, it potentially doesn't change. So I also want to be mindful of if we don't adopt it this year, then next year we've got this compounding issue of we didn't last year and so now we're behind. Anyway, I will stop talking about it. I don't think I have anything more to add. So is there anyone who would be interested in making a motion? There is one in the recommendation. Page F1, which doesn't really help.
I'll make the motion. Okay. I believe that's correct, which is to adopt the ordinance levying property tax for collection in 2026 and pass the resolution authorizing the regular property tax levy.
Second.
All right. Any further comments or questions? Navarra, go ahead.
Just to add, I think we live in community with one another. And I believe that that's part of the role of the government is to help facilitate those services that, as other council members have spoken to, that we all rely on and use. And I think that, community means many different things. But I think it means that we come together for the things that we all benefit from. While I personally don't have to call 911 every day, I'm extremely glad that that service exists. And I'm extremely glad that anybody in our community can call and get somebody on the other end of the line. When they're having the worst day of their lives, they have somebody they can call. And that's a service that's funded in part by our general fund. And it's those kinds of things that I think I think that's the value of taxes is understanding that we help benefit each other. And it is funny to make this particular motion because I am the only council member who rents. But I do want to add that my landlord certainly does pass down any property tax increases. And we know that many people in the community sometimes unjustifiably get those, when their property taxes go down, their landlords say ours actually increased, right? And we've heard these stories and we know that sometimes renters pay an outsized, an unproportional cost of those taxes. But I still think that that it's important to be able to fund the services that we provide. I don't work in the city of Port Angeles anymore, work in the city of Port Townsend, and I can't tell you how awful their roads are. It's like their major roads and thoroughfares are riddled with potholes. And so it's so bad, and the city can't fund their streets properly, that they are turning what used to be bike lanes into gravel, right? Like Port Townsend, right? A community that I think many of us think of as like having a far wealthier tax base can't I think does a substantially worse job at caring for their basic infrastructure. And I think it's something that I think is important. And I think it's important to have functioning streets, 911 system that works, police, fire, and great parks. Those are all things that we need to continue to fund, and I believe are important and things of value for our community. And I think it's worth saying, also noting that in later on, city manager is going to talk a little bit about the legislative priorities, I believe, that for the entire time I've been on council, we have had a non-regressive tax structure as part of our legislative asks to the state. And I, am sure that will be a, robust discussion that we'll have again in the future, but that we have tried and tried and tried to get the state to have better funding opportunities and different funding opportunities. And I really encourage the people who were here tonight to also speak to those issues at the state level where they make some of those decisions on what kinds of taxes the cities can levy, because this is one of the few taxes that we're able to enact, which I think we're all extremely frustrated about. And it's always nice when we can be aligned on some of those issues and work collaboratively at the state to provide us with some different opportunities.
Thank you, Navarro. Anyone else? Latricia, go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to repeat everything. I agree with what everybody said here, but I don't think my vote tonight is going to probably change the outcome. I do feel that even though what we're seeing up here, the impact from our 1% isn't as, it's not a real 1%, as Councilmember Schwab provided some input and information on that. I really appreciate it and what everybody says here. And I just want to put out there, we need to change the state laws. State laws, we are a regressive tax state, and the middle class and lower income folks pay a lot more in taxes than our wealthy do. And that's what we need your help to help us to change the regressive tax structure of the state of Washington and have those who can most afford to pay those taxes, the wealthy, the people that have that millions of dollars that are just, they can afford to pay a 1% increase. But yet those of us that are sitting here, even me and everybody sitting at this dais, we struggle and stuff, but I don't think my vote tonight is going to change the outcome. I'm not going to support it. I do hear what our citizens are saying. We just need a break, just one time. And I know that me not supporting it, you have that potential that, well, then you can't go back and collect it. It just puts you behind the 8 ball. But I hear what people are saying, and I think it's valuable that we hear what people are saying, and they're just asking for a break. And with the cost of healthcare rising and all these other costs, and I'm really happy people are paying into our schools and into the libraries and the pool, and I'm really happy that you're doing that. And I want to allow them to do that. And so my vote's going to be a no tonight, but that's the reason why.
Thank you, Latricia. Anyone else wish to speak? Oh, John, go ahead. Sorry.
So I appreciate all the comments from the people and the who showed up tonight online and people on the council tonight. And I appreciate Councilman Swallow's description of how the taxes work. And I remember attending a meeting at the school district where they were showing the tax rates, and the same deal. They showed that actually taxes will go down if more is Bell or housing costs go up or down. So it's always backwards thinking, and I appreciate that perspective. And I also appreciate that, as a teacher, I struggle month to month with my family, and taxes are hard to sometimes overcome, as with 2 full-time working adults in our house. So and I hear what our community members are saying about the burden, and I think the real problem is at the state level, like you've been saying, funding education and everything we hold dear and we think we should have free access to. Our tax structure puts the burden on the lowest income making people and not on the highest. So I would encourage, as we've been here, contacting legislators like Chapman, Steve Theringer, and Birnbaum, and telling them how frustrated you are with how the taxes are, and make the wealthy pay their fair share. But I'm going to side with Latricia on this. I just can't vote for it because seeing how it affects people I work with who have a hard time getting one job that pays enough, let alone having to work 2 or 3 jobs, and our fixed income residents are elderly who paycheck to paycheck, every dime matters, especially with rising healthcare and the loss of Medicaid and healthcare at the federal level is just going to devastate them. So I wanted to fund our police and everything. That's important, but I just can't. I'm going to vote no on this too tonight.
All right, thank you, John. I will just speak really quickly again. I already did, but I am going to support it. And I want to say I appreciate folks coming out and talking to us. I know when you speak against something and it maybe doesn't go the way you want, it feels like you weren't heard. But I do hope, sounds like you, Noah specifically, I don't mean to call you out, but you mentioned some creative ideas, and I hope that you will share those with council. You can email council@cityofpa.us. You probably already know that, but anyway, I'm going to support this tonight, and I'm open to continued conversations about how we can be creative. I think across the board, budgets aren't going to get better regardless of this passing tonight. So we are going to need to be creative and thoughtful about how we do things in order to continue to provide the what I think is a high level of customer service and levels of service for our community. That's important to me, and I want to be able to fund it, and I'm happy to think creatively about how to do that. Any other comments or questions? All right. Then we have a motion to adopt the ordinance levying property tax for collection in 2026 and pass the resolution to pass the resolution authorizing the regular property tax levy. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. And we will take a 5-minute break and come back for the second public hearing on the budget. Thank you. right, we're going to go ahead and get started again because we still have a full agenda. We've accomplished quite a bit, but we still have more items. So we are going to go to the beginning of the process to adopt the 2026 budget, and I am going to start with Manager West.
Mayor and Council, this evening I have the benefit of talking to you all about the great work that was put into the 2026 budget. And I think it's really important when we're looking at this budget that we take the time to break down some specific context. We're talking about some really large numbers within this budget. And I think when you have the time to reflect on what goes into the budget and what we have strategically tried to achieve over the last 5 years, it makes a big difference as you digest some of the details specifically. First, I want to start out with the fact that many people may not recognize we are one of the few cities in Washington state that actually run 6 different enterprise utilities within our budget. That can make the numbers larger. It has an impact to all of our residents to ensure that we are budgeting proactively for those utilities and not kicking costs down the road for future generations, that we're proactively taking care of those utilities and the infrastructure that we have that is critical to maintaining those utilities. I think it's important to share that over the last 5 years, we've strategically prioritized improving our capacity, making sure that we are not impacting future generations. Instead, we're proactively looking to take on those larger capital projects. And I think this budget very much reflects those major investments that we've made, including investment in 2 full-time grant positions who have been writing grants for us. As you'll see in your packet this evening, we have over $40 million in grants to celebrate just in the Public Works grant report that's in your packet this evening. Additionally, we have planned over $64 million worth of capital projects in this particular budget, and it's those capacity investments that make that possible. And it's so important that we're not waiting on some of those capital projects for them to be more expensive and kicking the can and down the road to do those in future years when they become more expensive. And ultimately, we are doing everything in our power to ensure the burden of those projects and these investments is not on the backs of our local taxpayers. Instead, many of those capacity improvements actually have resulted in revenues coming from outside of our community, revenues generated by non-City of Port Angeles taxpayers, as well as continued dedication of grants to the point where the majority of those capital projects we're talking about in this budget are actually in some way funded by grants moving forward. I think those are important pieces to the puzzle relative to this budget, and I'm really grateful to the hard work that council and staff did to put this budget together. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Carrizosa to walk us through some of that detailed presentation.
Thank you, Manager West. So we are just bringing that presentation up here. And so as mentioned, our 2026 citywide budget is balanced. That balance is $199,877,000. And as mentioned, over $64 million of that is in capital funding. It's an overall increase of about 23.7% compared to our 2025 amended budget. That amended budget does include our third quarter amendment that's on your agenda tonight. So we have factored that into what you're seeing. And so that's why you're seeing a bit of a change in the total amount as compared to our preliminary work session. And that was the result of carrying those capital projects from 2025 into 2026 for completion. It's important to know that these are not new expenses. They are planned in our CFP. They're included in our 2025 budget. They do not require any additional revenue. That's money that we have been saving up for these projects. And so we're simply shifting those projects in for our 2026 budget as planned in our CFP. So looking specifically at our general fund budget for 2026, we are balanced at about $27.4 million. Looking at our revenue, we do have a use of reserves that's planned for specific purposes. So these use of reserves are restricted in nature. So these are not coming from our operational reserves as part of our 25% fund balance requirement. These are separate and must be used for very specific purposes only. And so we are planning that for community and economic development needs, our code enforcement, and for our K-9 program, an amount of about $424,200. Our general fund balance for 2026 is going to be 23.2% as we estimate. And our financial policies do direct that the fund balance should be rebuilt within 60 months if it falls below that 25%. So we will be doing some analysis and we'll be bringing some discussions back for council with some options on rebuilding that fund balance. And so as we were building our 2026 budget, we used our budget goals work session with our council for that prioritization. So we've maintained our operational services. So we haven't seen any growth in our 2026 budget. We have not seen any cuts. We are just maintaining those services that are within the budget. We're preserving funding and staffing in our public safety areas. We're continuing to pursue grants, as mentioned by Manager West, including positions that support the pursuit of those grants. We're exploring the options for future preservation and growth through new revenue sources. And so council has approved a list of 6 revenue sources. Many of those have already moved forward. We'll continue to analyze and review those, as well as look at any new or available revenue sources, including grants. And something to celebrate within our 2026 budget is the elimination of our general fund and electric utility debt. So both of those funds are now debt-free. We're excited to see that moving forward and to achieve the savings that resulted from that. Each year as we build our budget, there are a number of challenges. 2026 was no different. There were many things that we had to overcome during the budget process, including seeing a slowing of revenue trends as compared to prior years. That really resulted in the inability to grow our city services. And this was coupled with the loss of federal grant funding that's expected in 2026. And so that was particularly impactful as the city's operational budget has remained largely the same as in prior years, despite growing inflationary impacts. And so it's causing a number of areas within our budget to see some strain. And this is particularly evident as we're seeing the services being maintained and existing within our 2025 amounts with little growth. And that's outside of our equipment, capital needs, and our contract services within our budget. And so the budget process really occurs all year. It's a year-round process that starts with the capital facilities plan and transportation improvement plan in the first part of the year. And then we have budget building that occurs internally in the summer and the fall. And so we go through all of the city budgets one by one. We prepare all of our estimates and we review those to provide a preliminary document for review by city council and by the public. And then we move into our fourth quarter of the year, and that provides our public input and adoption that occurs during the October to December timeframe. And so just taking a high level look at what our all city funds look like, we'll start with our revenues. And again, in 2026, we have a budget of $199.9 million. This does include the use of reserves for capital needs. Overall, it is an increase as compared to the 2025 amendment of about $38 million. And again, that's due in large part to the use of reserves that's expected to increase, as well as total grant revenue planned primarily for transportation projects. We have increases for charges for services and one-time transfers for capital that are expected. Taxes are seeing about a $1 million increase citywide. And because we've gone through all of our revenue sources as well as our expenditures in a lot of detail over the last couple of council meetings as well as work sessions, I'm just going to do a very, very high overview of each area. And so we are expecting our permit revenue to also increase, and that's based on actual collection to date as well as some adjustments in line with our consumer price index. We have an increase in our total grant revenue collected for capital projects only, largely in our transportation area. We're expecting about $17.1 million just for transportation alone. Charges for goods and services are largely the result of increases for charges between one fund and another, as well as increases to utility revenue collection that are tied to rates that are built into the cost of service analysis. So our miscellaneous revenues are seeing a slight change. These revenues are largely collected from investment interest earned. We also have rentals, leases, and internal charges that occur for our internal service funds. We did see changes that include increases for transfers to our self-insurance fund, and that's both for employee benefits and liability insurance. And then finally, looking at our other financing sources, we have transfers from utilities to their corresponding capital accounts to complete those projects. And then there are some one-time additional transfers that were planned in the capital facilities plan and are one-time in nature, and those are to prevent some rate increases. Taking just a look at the chart here on the screen, a little less than half of the revenue citywide is for charges for goods and services, the majority of which comes from our utilities, which make up about 83.2% of this category. We have internal charges, and again, those are charges from one fund to another for services provided. Those are about 12.7% in total. And those two items, those charges internally, as well as the utility charges, make up about 95.9% of the charges for goods and services citywide. Taxes make up about 11% of the revenue citywide in 2026, and those are our property, sales, and utility taxes that can be used for any purpose. Our transportation benefit district is also within this area, as well as our housing sales tax. And our intergovernmental revenue makes up about 14%, and this is where we see those grant revenues that we are receiving or expect to receive. Our all city expenditures, we're seeing about a $1.6 million increase to personnel and benefits combined citywide, and that's due to collective bargaining agreements that have already occurred. In our supplies area, we're seeing about a $1.6 million increase there for our Bonneville Power Association rate changes. And then for other services and charges, we're seeing allocated services. And again, these are charges from one fund to another increase. Our medical insurance and liability insurance premiums increase, as well as transport costs and transfer station service combined increases within our solid waste utility. We also have one-time transfers that will be occurring from our electric and water for capital projects that will also see an increase. And we're seeing about a $37 million increase for our capital spending as compared to our 2025 year. And largely that's due to some changes that occurred for our budget amendment number 3. Again, that's on for council consideration this evening, carrying those projects within our capital facilities plan. Everything that is included in the amendment and the changes that have included for the 2026 budget have been approved by City Council in that CFP. We're also seeing a reduction of about $450,000 for debt. And again, that's the general fund and electric utility debt combined. And so that's the result of the savings that occurred from those bonds maturing. So as we look at our all city expenditures, about 32% of the city's budget is for capital purposes. For other services, we have about 28%, and this is where the majority of the city's spending occurs. So that's primarily communication expenses, travel, software, maintenance needs. Salaries and benefits combined make up about 21.5%. And so as we look at our city fund balances, we've included all of our major operational funds here. And so primarily, most of these funds are at or above our target levels. Currently, as was shown in a few slides prior, our general fund does fall slightly below those thresholds. And so we are monitoring this. We will provide some updates and recommendations to bring that back in line with our financial policies. This is also true in our wastewater fund. We're seeing that fall below what we expected when we build our cost of service analysis. So that will be corrected and reviewed as we look at our wastewater fund for our utility rate setting in the fall. Our solid waste fund balance does reflect capital and operating unrestricted balances only. This fund also has restricted cash for debt and post-closure requirements. And so that's not included here. And so while it is falling below the thresholds of what we were expecting, it is starting to rebuild after the transition for city operations of the transfer station. And it's important that we continue to build that cash to meet bond covenant requirements and prevent any potential rating decreases. Our electric and medic 1 fund balances are a little higher than our financial policies direct. However, they do have planned uses both in our CFP and for rate stabilization. So rate stabilization in our Medic 1 utility as approved by those rates that were just approved. And the electric fund does have planned uses for within the CFP. I do also want to acknowledge that our water utility is also higher than anticipated because of National Park Service settlement funds that can only be used for capital and rate stabilization purposes. And so while it is high, those are restricted funds and can only be used accordingly. We do plan to use quite a bit of that reserve in our CFP over the next few years. And so you'll see that change over time. And then the last item I do want to acknowledge is our PennCom fund. And so you may recall that from our work session, the PennCom fund was meeting fund balance requirements. However, as we look at our budget amendment number 3, there were a few items that were approved to help with the staffing levels within the PennCom fund because there was a shortage that was pretty significant and impacting our ability to provide services as required. And so we did bring in some outside services for assistance. And unfortunately, we have not been able to cover that with savings within the budget. That is in our third quarter budget amendment. And so it is reflected here on this slide as part of our 2026 budget. And so as we look at kind of the overall all city balances and our all city budget, it is sometimes a bit confusing to understand what the true costs to provide these services are because we have transfers occurring, we're using reserves, there are charges from one fund to another, and those are all within all of our budgets. So even though we budget for each individual fund, it's important for us to take a moment to really break down what does that look like, what does that cost to our community. And so this slide just demonstrates kind of that high level breakdown of these items that will hopefully provide some perspective of what's included in the budget regarding what our cost is to our community. And so we're going to start with the grant funding that's in light blue. That's about $24.4 million. So these funds are from outside sources. And so such as the federal government. And so we have removed those from anything that would be a cost associated with our community because those are coming from outside sources. Next, if we look at our transfers between the funds for payments of services or capital needs, these transfers are coming from the operating funds and would be included as a cost there. However, the transfers are also included as support for capital spending that would have already been funded through the operational budget. And so we're removing those transfers because it's kind of an accounting transaction to provide that kind of from one fund to another. And so that's about $39.3 million in 2026. And so as we move kind of around the circle here, we see the next item is the use of reserves. That's about $37.6 million. We would also remove this because these are funds that are almost entirely for capital projects. And in these areas, the use of reserves can be viewed largely as a savings account. So we're intentionally building funds within our capital funds that are very purposefully planned in the CFP for projects for use in years when the project is scheduled. So we're essentially building up that reserve with the intention of drawing it down when those capital projects will occur. And so because of that, these funds are treated differently than the operational fund balances. And they do not necessarily follow the same requirements as our operational funds because those fund balances are held for emergencies or economic downturn versus the capital fund balances where we do have that one-to-one cash to depreciation ratio that's built into our CFP. That's demonstrated there year over year. However, those large drawdown for the use of reserves is planned, it is scheduled, and is not necessarily impacting an operational fund balance, for example. These do not have a cost to the community in our 2026 budget because they're already accounted for in our operational funds. So if you'll recall in our CFP, we do average the need for each of those utilities in particular to provide a more stable number when we're building our cost of service analysis. And so that's already been factored into our CFP. It's been factored into our budget. That's the cost that's associated for those capital projects. So even though you see a large number of that $37.6 million that's use of reserves, that has really already been essentially paid for, if you will, by the community prior and is just waiting to be used. And so as we move kind of around the circle here, we see the next item is the use of reserves. That's about $39.3 million in 2026. And so because of that, these funds are treated differently than the operational fund balances because these are funds that are almost entirely for capital projects. So even though you see a large number of that $37.6 million that's use of reserves, that is really already been essentially paid for, if you will, by the community prior and is just waiting to be used. And so finally, I do want to address the last item there, the smallest, about $2.1 million. This is for investment interest earnings that we have removed kind of from that cost for each of our community members. So these do not have a cost to the community in the budget because these are funds that were collected previously that are either held as part of our fund balance requirements, they're held as part of our capital plan for the use of reserves. And they were previously collected, and we're just alleviating some of the burden to our community by putting them to work by investing them. And so we're removing that because it's not a cost associated. And so after we separate all of those items from the costs for city services, we're left with a couple of more items. And so we have $68.3 million that is for our utility type funds. And so that's the cost of service within all of our utilities combined. And in our governmental type funds, we have about $28.2 million. So a combined total of $96.5 million. That includes a funding source or a charge that will occur to our community in 2026. So if you compare about our $200 million budget to the actual cost for service of $96.5 million because of our planning processes. And apologize, I think I went too far. And so if we break this down, where do our funds go? So if we're looking at our governmental funds, I apologize, there's a lot of colors on the screen, but that is because we have a very complex budget. There's a number of departments that are within our budget, and we have to account for each one of them. So this demonstrates all of our governmental type funds within our 2026 budget. And as we're looking at the amount of that $28.2 million that was previously mentioned, the majority of this is going to public safety. So police, fire, our 911 services. Also, we also have, if we take the majority of those services, we take police, fire, 911 services, parks, and streets. We have 68.3% of that $28.2 million going to those services. So when we're talking about our taxes, when we're talking about property tax, utility tax, sales tax, some of those smaller revenue types that are going within our general fund and in other areas, that is largely going to those departments. So again, that's police, fire, 911 services, parks, and streets. And so within this slide, you can also see that there are items on here for tourism and for housing. And so there are areas where those are shared by tourists or by the county as a whole. So for example, we do have, particularly in our 911 services as an example, we have a countywide sales tax that occurs there. So while that's included in our governmental funds because the city runs the 911 center, the county as a whole is taking a share of those costs essentially. And particularly looking at our lodging tax, that's where that tourism comes in as well. So while it's the general governmental costs for services, it's important to know that there are some shared costs that do not directly necessarily fall on the Port Angeles community entirely. And so breaking down the utility portion of that, so this is that $68.3 million that was separated out. You can see that the largest area is within our electric utility, making up about 33.6%. We also have combined all of the utility capital needs at about 12% there for as far as where those funds go for our utilities. And so it's important to understand what this breakdown looks like because as Manager West mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, we do have 6 different utilities that are driving kind of that cost for service. So when we separate the two, our governmental versus our utility costs, you can see that about 70% of those costs are going towards those utilities. So just taking a high level look at our general funds, because this is our main operating fund for the city, again, for those services that I mentioned, like police, fire, and the parks. Our budget there for 2026 is $27.4 million, and it does represent about a $600,000 decrease as compared to our 2025 amended budget. And so we do have an increase plan for our taxes, which does include that 1% increase for property tax as allowed by state law. That's about $52,000. And we also do plan an increase for sales tax, not necessarily there's an increase to the tax rate, but that we are seeing higher collection than anticipated in our 2025 budget. And so we are anticipating an increase there, as well as increases for utility tax combined. We are also expecting an increase for our permits. And again, that's due to actual collection and the proposed increase to those fees in order to meet our CPI. We are also looking at our intergovernmental revenue. We are seeing a decrease there. And that is, this is one area of our budget where we are seeing a grant revenue decrease. We're also seeing state shared revenue decrease. And so that's providing a decrease of about $1.3 million in 2026. Our charges for goods and services are almost entirely due to those allocated expenses. So charges essentially to the utility funds for services that are provided by departments within the general fund. So we are expecting an increase there. And we're seeing some changes for how we're providing our opioid settlement funds. We do plan to use opioid settlement funds in 2026. However, they're coming from a restricted reserve because some of that collection has already occurred in 2025. And so we're just pulling from that reserve rather than counting it as a revenue. And then we are seeing some changes for increased transfers for our facade program. And so looking at our general fund revenue, about 63% of all revenue collected in the general fund is from taxes, 94% of which comes from our property sales and utility taxes. 27% is from charges for goods and services. And again, this is mostly allocations. There's also some rental fees, planning fees, and cemetery fees. About 87% of this category is allocations. Intergovernmental makes up about 3%, and this is primarily from grants and state shared revenue. And then permits make up about 5% of all general fund revenue. And so when we combine our three major tax collection of property, sales, utility tax, and those charges to other funds for services provided, they make up about 83% of all general fund revenue in 2026. Taking a look at our general fund expenditures, primarily we're seeing increases for personnel and benefits. And again, these are due to collective bargaining agreements that have already been finalized. We're seeing increased costs for capital transfers relative to public safety. And then we're also seeing largely, as I mentioned, our 2025 budget staying in line with our 2026 budget. Changes of which were the result of one-time items such as contract services. We saw decreases with our code work as well as for our comprehensive plan that we don't expect in 2026. And so maintaining that 2025 budget with 2026 was really due to the diligent work of city staff. And so you can see that we are, as compared to our amended 2025 budget, expecting about a $250,000 decrease overall to the general fund budget. And so looking at those 2026 general fund expenditures, about 67% of all general fund expenses are for personnel costs. And so that includes the salaries and wages and personnel benefits combined. About 19% make up other services and charges. And the breakdown is included here on the chart off to the right side. And it is what you likely think of and what comes to mind when you're thinking of city expenses. As I mentioned, travel, communication expenses, and the like. And so we have about 11% for transfers to other programs. And so about 78% of general fund expenses go towards staffing resources and transfers in support of other city programs, things like our code enforcement program. And so there have been a few final updates, proposed changes that have occurred to our 2026 preliminary budget since the document was published and since we had our work session. And so these are all related to capital projects that are carrying from the 2025 year into 2026. So we have about $11.4 million in planned capital projects broken down by each department, $2.6 million for general government projects, $1.2 million in transportation, $5 million for electric projects, $1.8 million for water and wastewater projects combined, and a little under $1 million for IT projects. And so, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, these are not necessarily new expenditures. These are planned in our CFP process. They do not require any kind of new revenue offset. These are simply carrying planned projects into the new year so that we can begin spending and working on these projects at the start of the year. And so the 2026 budget does carefully reflect the visions, goals, and long-term planning of council in the community, and that's within our strategic plan, as well as a number of plans, including our CFP, our transportation improvement plan, our housing action plan that have been considered within the budget. We do provide a cautious budget planning approach. We are conservative in our revenues, and we do look to find savings whenever possible and look for revenue sources, as Manager West mentioned, that do allow for outside dollars to help support our community. And so our budget does demonstrate the city's commitment to provide affordable and essential services to our community. And so we are kind of in our last steps for the budget process. And so tonight we did have the property tax public hearing, adoption of the ordinance and resolution. And we are looking at the 2026 budget public hearing and the first reading of the ordinance, which we do anticipate will be continued to our December 2nd meeting for that public hearing and for the second reading of the ordinance. And we are recommending adoption of the 2026 budget at that December 2nd meeting. And so council staff is requesting that you open the public hearing on the 2026 budget, that you continue the public hearing to the December 3rd meeting, and that you conduct the first reading of the ordinance adopting the 2026 budget. And I just realized it should be the December 2nd meeting, so I apologize for that. And so I will turn the time over to council for any questions or discussion you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Serena. All right, I am going to go ahead and open the public hearing. So if you are here and you wish to speak to this budget presentation, this is the time to do that. We'll start in council chambers and then go online. If you are joining us virtually and wish to speak to the budget public hearing, now is the time to raise your hand. And there's no sign up. You just come on down again, name, whether or not you're a resident, and 3 minutes. Go ahead, James.
Hi, I'm James Taylor, and I'm rather shocked. $200 million. I think there's an attempt to explain how reserves work. And it must be completely different than the way my reserves work. In the sense that if I was going to use half of my 401k and half of my retirement in 1 year, then I don't see the sustainability of that practice continuing. I know I've heard a couple times, well, we're going to provide all this service, but I bet Drew said you could shave $400,000. Well, I rather assume you could probably shave 3 or 4 million. And there's this idea that, oh, this is a service. So let's look at Trees America. Well, what you're doing is you're buying a plaque. You know, we're going through this explanation. It doesn't really serve the community. We don't, you know, we get the same amount of trees. If we want trees, we have trees. But here's this function where we're going to go get ourselves a plaque. If you look at the budget, there's this financial something or other. You know, we got this award for being excellent. Well, we effectively bought a plaque. We didn't actually do anything. It didn't serve the community. It's just busy work to say how wonderful we are. I really think, you know, much like the tractor, which is the only thing we've ever stopped in this community, I really think there's 10% in that budget that's choppable, and we get the same level of service. In 2022, we had 247 employees in the city. This budget says we have 298 employees. Did we get 30% more service? Or did we just get more busy work or more activity? And I know there's a lot of busy work. There's these unfunded mandates that you're stuck with. But do we really get that much more service for all these additional dollars? Or are we just like piling on people that have to get picked up and we don't get any more service at all? Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Speak fast and carry a big stick. John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. Thanks, Serena. It was a great presentation. And I really appreciate, again, the larger font sizes you're using. I'm going to talk about a lot of things, and they're probably not going to change how you guys operate, but they're important to me, and I'm hoping that the council will scrutinize some things more carefully. So let's talk about what happened in 2025. City bought 30 new vehicles, 5.1 million. That's an average of $170,000 per vehicle. Might have been some big ones, some small ones. But I recognize, or I thought all the vehicles that were gone had relatively low miles on them. When I talk to contractors, they usually get 100,000, 150, 200,000 miles. Comparable type uses. I see when I talk about scrutiny on some things, we know we had some things that our council's involved with at William Shore Pool. More scrutiny is needed. And again, I think more scrutiny is needed by this council on this budget. I saw what happened on LTAC. The city wanting to charge or ask or request $135,000 in the 2026 timeframe. The year prior, it was about $55K. A lot of cities absorb it, et cetera, or have fees that are substantially less. Why isn't there a lot more scrutiny? Number of employees in the city of Port Angeles in 2018 was about 250. 7 years later, 8 years later, we're at about 300,000, about 300. How do we add 50 people? I'm not being critical of the people. I'm being concerned about the number of units. I just pulled one grant and loan application, and the city gets reimbursed for labor. That's great. But again, I think we should have some scrutiny based upon what I saw with the LTAC application and also what's going on with William Shore Pool. I'm going to talk about the 911 center, et cetera, which I certainly support. The bids were $14.5 million to $15.5 million. The existing 911 center is around 12 or 1,300 square feet. You know, the new one's around 4,500 square feet. Seems like an awfully big increase in square footage. I hope you scrutinize the costs, and I certainly hope you don't take any of the alternatives. The city's in way too deep on that project at a horrible location. I wish I could make some more comments. I got to wait until next 2 weeks.
All right.
Can't wait.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak during this budget public hearing? We have one hand online, so we'll go there after the speaker.
Noah Brady, Port Angeles. I appreciate your favorable presentation. I understand the impulse to try to present it as optimistically as possible, but again, very concerning. The status quo of, oh, it's okay for revenues and expenditures to not align, it's okay for them just to meet or them to have great disparities. I don't know, in my personal budget, which I believe the government one is supposed to be the macro of the citizens' budget, right? When it's done financially or fiscally conservative, is supposed to be balanced. We're supposed to input and create more than we are expending or consuming. And so again, hearing that we draw on our reserves, that in layman's terms, that sounds like savings. And I understand prepping for bigger projects and drawing on savings, but to call it a balanced budget when it's only balanced through that savings withdrawal, again, that sounds like a misrepresentation. I would encourage, like the people who spoke before me, a look more critically with a more discerning eye to be quicker to draw on more efficiency rather than draw on more charging, right? More expenses on the cost of the citizens, right? There are many areas where I imagine, even if it's a 1% decrease in budget without loss of efficiency or services, that 1% done in every department, done in every room matters, right? And I would encourage, when people have concerns about the budgets, that we don't try to beat them with a moral stick, an elitist stick, saying, if you don't agree with this budget, then you don't agree with police services, you don't agree with medical services. That's unfair. That is a gross mischaracterization, right? When we want to balance the budget, we want to grow the population, but we dehumanize the producers, the ones who bring jobs, who take personal risk to develop land and property. I think that dehumanizing language is what draws them away, what scares off those who bring goods and services, who bring product, who ultimately bring, opportunity. And so I, again, would agree with the people before me. Please take a really critical look, and if it's helpful, to consider it a moral obligation to spend as little as possible for the greatest return on investment. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in council chambers? Okay, we have one person online, so I'll get my timer ready. Laura, when you're unmuted, I'll make sure we can hear you first, because sometimes, as we know, there are issues, and then you'll have your 3 minutes.
Hello, council member. What is your name? My name is Laura Deere. I'm a citizen or resident, 7th Street, Port Angeles.
Yeah, go ahead with your comment.
Okay, I don't know your name.
I'm Kate Dexter. I'm the mayor.
Thank you.
Yes.
I can't tell from my screen on my computer. You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm the one in the middle. Underneath.
I know you're the one in the middle, but there's the blonde hair. You only want the blonde hair and glasses. But I don't know. I can't see the nameplate, so I appreciate that. And I did not know until today who our mayor, what the name of our mayor was. So where I used to live, Mayor married me at one time. So thank you. Again, Laura Deere, resident, 7th Street, Port Angeles. I want to thank you, all of you, for your service. It's just amazing. I know you're not paid the time you spend, and et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to give you tribute to that. So stepping aside from the budget, why don't, and I don't know if you can answer me now, but I would appreciate somehow, could I get this response? Why is there no chat in these meetings? Why do we not have any emojis when someone says something that I like? I want to say, yes, or smiley face or something, but I don't have that ability, and I have in other WebEx meetings.
Yes, so this is the public hearing for the budget, but I will answer your question. If you were here in council chambers, you also would not be responding. It's part of our decorum. There is no, it's a business meeting, so you're here and able to observe, but it's not, the meeting itself is not an opportunity for you to cheer or clap or anything like that. So I appreciate that you want to be able to do that, but it is just a part of the consistency with the decorum of our meetings. So
do I understand? If I wanted to cheer and clap, I need to attend in person, because mind you, if I was there in person, I would be cheering, clapping, or booing.
Right, and you can't do either if you're in person either. So we do need to move on because this is a public hearing, but I'd be happy to chat with you outside of the meeting another time and give you some more feedback about that.
So the other person, it's all generic here, because like I said, you don't know, I went on to pay my electric bill this morning, and I saw this 1% tax levy meeting. Oh my God, what's going on? So
that part is done.
My question is how to access this information earlier than seeing it in this meeting.
Yes, so
How would I
we
do that?
will, yeah, so if you can stay on after, we need to move on with the meeting part. If you want to email me, kdexter@cityofpa.us, I can answer your questions for you when the meeting is over, probably tomorrow.
Great. So can you repeat that once more so I can write it down?
Yeah, kdexter@cityofpa.us.
K Dexter?
Mm-hmm. K with a,
Okay, that's City of PA. Okay, got that. Got the rest.
Yes.
K
All right,
Dexter.
thank you.
Will
And we
do,
need to-
will do. All right.
Okay, we
just
need
want
to
to go
move
on.
on. Thank you.
Okay, I am disappointed in the vote on the tax levy.
Okay,
And I
ma'am,
just want
this
to
is
take a
not the
look
time
at-
for those comments. This is not the time for those comments. This is only the public hearing on the budget.
Okay.
So
I'm talking about
those
budget.
comments you can make at the end of there's a second public comment period at the end of the meeting. And if you want to hang out till then, we'd be happy to hear those comments at that time.
Comments on what?
What you were just talking about. So this period right now is only for the budget. And what we're talking about is not the budget, what you and I are talking about. So if you want to come
I'll hang
back
on.
at the
Thank you
second
very much.
public comment period, you can
Thank
do
you
that.
very much.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. All right. So any other comments? Okay. I will open it up to council comments and discussion. Hold on before I do that. I will continue the public hearing until the first meeting of December 2nd, where there will be another opportunity to speak to us about this issue. And I will now open it for council comments, questions. Drew, go ahead. We'll start with Lindsay.
Hey, I just want to comment on two things, cameras and contractors. I guess taking them in that order. I see we've got $35,000 for the traffic safety camera program. That's TR 0919. We did approve that in the capital facilities plan, and obviously that's been in the plan for 6 years based on the number. And I was involved in some of the original conversations, maybe not original, but like 2019 era conversations. And at that time, it did seem like the force multiplier argument that we don't have enough officers, so this is a way to kind of expand our law enforcement potential, especially on schools and high traffic safety needs. That argument, won me over, and I thought it made sense for us to move forward with that project. Since then, I think we've seen a huge increase in surveillance, in the coordination of traffic safeties, in use of traffic safeties by federal officers looking to kidnap residents, in the expansion of big tech AI in a way that I no longer think the traffic safety camera program makes sense, weighing the pros and the cons, especially since we could spend that money on physical traffic safety, narrowing the roads, unfortunately, to some residents who want to go 30 miles per hour around schools. And we could probably get fairly similar effect in that way. So I know it's not analogous. I know there's a lot more to that. And I also know that, this is in the CFP and now it's not the CFP, but we have two big budget touch points as the council. One is the CFP, and that's where I do try to focus interventions because it then allows staff to, proactively plan the budget. But as we look at this, I'm not convinced it makes sense to continue to move that project forward, and I don't want to fund it in 2025. This is our only opportunity as a council. Sorry, in 2026. This is our only opportunity as a council to really say, no, don't fund that particular project. And so that's why I'm bringing up here, as we look at the budget and as we look at approving it in our first meeting in December. The second is contractors. And this is maybe more of a budget philosophy and, how do we really do this sort of conversation? But in a recent Utility Advisory Committee meeting, we had a really great conversation about the potential for doing, I always get them confused, cement or concrete work. Somebody needs to school me on the difference. Within our streets department, rather than hiring out that work. That's things like curb cuts and sidewalks, and this work that is really essential to building out complete streets. But currently we contract that out. And because we do that, and because of our remote location, our contracts are often very expensive. And so we try to bundle them together, and then it's like boom and bust with the contracts, which probably makes it even harder for locals to bid. I'm not exactly sure about that. I'm speculating. But there's the potential for us to hire staff internally and do that work ourselves. That's probably a big expansion of our streets department. But overall, if we look at a multi-year process, that might save us money. And I don't know how much we're doing that kind of cost benefit analysis when we look at where to bring work in-house and where to continue to outsource work. But I think I've generally seen at the city, when we bring work in-house, we do see a cost savings if we have built up the equivalent of at least one FTE of staff time doing that sort of work. Something like a structural engineer probably still doesn't make sense to bring that in-house, but I want us to be keeping track of how many 0.1 or 0.05 FTEs of structural engineer work are we bidding out, and when do we get to a 1.0 FTE and make it make sense to hire that position, and what would that be relative to hiring that work out all the time? So, we've been pushing for that as a council, as a whole body, and it's something that doesn't really come back to us in the budget making process, of the ideas that our staff are bringing forward that are good ideas for the overall efficiency of the city operation, but might require a sort of scale change in how we're doing our work. It's always easier to outsource because outsourcing doesn't require hiring people directly and then figuring out how to manage their time over time. We basically bid for labor and have that as a temporary thing, but we pay a higher cost for that. And so, I don't think, Serena's presentation, Director Carzoza's presentation mentioned higher costs of contractors. So it's worth us figuring out, how do we really optimize that system and decide when does it make sense to hire more staff? So I just want to say, I think it actually is a good thing that we're building out a robust staff at the city. I think that these public programs ultimately help to save our community money. But I'd like to have more data on, how we're making those decisions and when it makes sense to jump in and say, we can do this cheaper for the community by bringing it in-house at the city. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay. Drew.
Yeah, so I've got, I think, one question and one thing I'd like more clarification on, just to make sure I understand it correctly. The first one is regarding the number of staff the city has added on. I was not here at the time. What year did the city of Port Angeles take over, like the transfer station and trash-related stuff?
2021, 2022 timeframe.
Okay, and if you know exactly, awesome. If not, what was the rough increase of city personnel because we took that over?
I believe it's 12 FTEs in total.
Okay, so at least 12 of that jump right around that time frame is literally because we just took over the transfer station. Okay, that's what I thought. I knew that was prior to me being on council, and so I wanted to find out what the quantity there was. Flipping back over, though, to reserves, I feel fairly confident that I understand it, but I would like to parrot it back to you, if you don't mind, to make sure I do fully understand it. And I am going to use some analogies that, while not 100% accurate, is better used for illustrative purposes. Reserves are not exactly the same thing as savings accounts. They would be, best case scenario, an example would be mason jars sitting on your counter, one marked project X, one marked project 2, and one marked rainy day funds. In this case, it's so the city can save up for the projects that we would like to work on, which is what we frequently hear from citizens is, well, why can't the city save up for what they want to do? And that's exactly what we use the reserves for. Is that fairly accurate to say that that is a rough representation of how the reserves work?
Yes, that's relatively accurate. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. If I'm remembering off the top of my head, we're using 27 million in reserves for 2026.
In total use of reserves, I believe it's about 36 million.
Okay, 36 million. Of that, how much of that would be in this case, rainy day funds, or I think the more accurate word would be budget stabilization funds, to make sure we make up stuff versus money that we specifically earmarked for projects that we were taking on.
So regarding the use of reserves, thank you for the question. Regarding the use of reserves, almost all of the $36 million is going toward capital money that we've been saving for, essentially. There are only two areas of the budget that would go toward like rate stabilization, as you mentioned. So that's our Medic One utility. We're utilizing about $80,000 for rate stabilization. That's excess reserves. So we're not dipping into what's required in our fund or in our financial policies for that fund balance. And then the secondary area where we're using reserves as a stabilization is in the wastewater fund, which I mentioned in that fund balance slide because it's falling below what we expected in our cost of service analysis. And so we'll need to correct that. But for the 2026 year, because those rates were 2-year rates and they are still effective in 2026, we are expecting to use approximately $300,000 out of that reserve in order to balance that budget. Those are the only two areas where the use of reserves are not related to capital or to restricted funds.
Okay, and then I guess I have one more, frankly, very granular specific question. Do we have to rely on reserves for cash flow, or are we able to handle our cash flow without worrying about reserves?
We are not utilizing reserves for cash flow.
That's actually quite amazing. I'm very pleased to hear that. Okay, so then my understanding is accurate, though we say reserves, and in some ways we could picture that as long-term funds and savings such as a 401k. In actuality, it's more accurate to say it's envelopes that we've written project 1, project 2, project 3 on that we've been saving up for to be able to then use those funds for.
I think that's relatively accurate. So I can help provide a little bit of clarity on like the terminology for the use of reserves. Only council can authorize dipping into a reserve. So essentially anything that wouldn't be collected in revenue would be kind of that use of reserves, and council has to authorize that. That's why it's presented in that way in the budget. But if you take your operational budget, that $96.5 million that I demonstrated between the governmental and the utility accounts, those fund balances are kind of like that rainy day, your emergency funds that you're talking about. So that's that envelope. Those are your operational reserves. So maybe you have a checking account in your day-to-day operations. You know, that's our 2026 budget. You know, you're paying your bills out of your checking account. But you also have kind of that emergency fund balance, a rainy day reserve in case you have, you know, a medical event or something like that. And you need to utilize that to pay for that. That's our fund balance requirement. So that's 25% in our general fund. It's roughly 25% in most of our funds, and with a couple of exceptions in our utility areas. And then within our capital funds, those are more like those savings envelopes that you're talking about. We're building those up with the intent to use them. So that would be, you know, an example would be for your home, if it needs a new roof, you're not going to dip into your emergency reserve. Hopefully you've been saving for that over the past, 20 years of the life cycle of your roof, and you have enough to just draw down your savings and pay for that roof. So that's what we're doing with our capital projects.
Instead of taking out a loan to do capital.
Correct. Projects. It prevents the need for debt.
Okay. I could have sworn there was one last question I had for you, but I will go ahead and
we can come back
give
to
the floor to other people now.
That's fine. Anyone else? Navarro, go ahead. I'm just going to second what Lindsay mentioned about the traffic safety camera program. I spoke at length about this back in July. I'm not going to reiterate all of those points other than to continue to say that I continue to be opposed and won't support it. If we want to actually have safer streets, it's not through cameras and it's not through a surveillance system like that. There's substantial data that demonstrates that traffic cameras do not reduce speeding. They do not reduce traffic incidents. And as Lindsay mentioned, now they're used to specifically target people, and those cameras do historically target people of disadvantaged communities, and specifically and additionally people of color. And I don't think that those are values that our council supports. I don't think those are values that our staff supports. And I think that if we are looking at trying to increase safety through
basically poor traffic planning, then we need to go to our traffic engineers and ask them for what would actually increase the safety of those streets.
Thank you, Navarra. Latricia or John? Okay. I was going to use a different analogy than you did, which is we got to maintain this fund so if something happens, we can keep operating, and then I'm saving for a car. And that's what most of those reserves are. We've been saving for the car, and now we're going to, well, in this case, we're saving for a building, and we're going to build the building. And so I think actually sometimes we get hung up on the language because of the accounting things, and as you said, because of the policies. But I think it's actually really impressive. And, you know, we have talked about this a lot over the years, and maybe we get back to that place someday, but to see that we are on this pretty significant slope downward of our mountain of debt with a fiscal policy of no new debt, I think is something to be proud of, and that we can build this new light ops building with money that we have saved. And so while I think the budget is very big and there are some, we've heard concerns, I think part of the reason the budget is so big is because we have hired grant writers who've been able to secure grants. Again, it is tax money, but it's a wide pool of tax money that's on the table. And if we don't pull it here, it goes somewhere else because it's already been collected. So if we can pull it in here, then it's benefiting our community significantly. And we're able to do projects and maintain our infrastructure in ways that we wouldn't otherwise be able to. So, I think, yes, we should always be looking critically at the budget and making sure that we're making wise choices. But I think we also have good fiscal policies that is helping us do that just inherently in the way the budget is built and the way we operate. I don't have any particular other questions tonight. So I will go back to Lindsay, who has his hand up again.
Thanks. Debt and then cameras again. I think I'll try to make a motion on the cameras just since two of us spoke to it. And it provides clear direction as a motion. But first the debt. Sometimes there's forgivable debt. Sometimes it's debt without interest. There's a variety of possibilities out there, especially with some state funds that are not just grants. And honestly, we could have a whole conversation about how bad the grant-based system is for distributing government revenue. But, if we are missing some of those opportunities for what I'll call strategic debt or low-cost debt, then our no new debt policy is actually not serving us. I'm hesitant to open up the can of worms of not having that policy because we saw what happened prior to putting that policy in place. The city maxed out its debt ceiling because the attitude was, buy it on credit rather than pay for it through good fiscal planning. So I don't want us to go back to that old system because we have successfully moved to a pay it forward approach. That might be a little too optimistic. We're still working on moving to a pay it forward approach, which I think is what makes sense for a government that exists in perpetuity for the sustainability of our community. But we also shouldn't miss opportunities for strategic debt. So I'd love to revisit that, although probably not in the next 3 meetings. So I hope the council will revisit that and the staff will revisit that at some point. And then on to traffic safety cameras. Just to make it clear, for staff to plan for this to come back to us at our next meeting, I move to strike funding from TR 0919 Traffic Safety Camera Program.
Second.
All right, so you kind of spoke to your motion already, and I think Navarra, you did as well. Is there further discussion on that? Drew, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've recently been talking with staff and having them research a different kind of traffic control camera. If those who may or may not be familiar with it, WashDOT uses ones on trailers. I'm not talking about the ones that just say, hey, you're going 35 and a 20. I mean, ones that are actually designed to give out tickets, but they're portable, they're on trailers. I asked staff to look into this to see if it would be a more economical solution as far as infrastructure and actual cost, as well as instead of putting them all over the place, we would have one to put in areas that we're trying to do traffic enforcement quickly while we try to change the actual roads or whatever needs to be done there. My question is, if we strike this out, is the intent of council then to completely drop this subject entirely? Or can I continue to have staff look at that specific element and come back with information to council?
I will speak to that quickly, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. My interpretation of both of their comments is it is the camera and the recording of the people and the collection of that data that they are opposed to. So it doesn't matter whether it's portable or stationary. Is that accurate? In a nutshell?
I think that there are many issues, including the criminalization of the poorest people in our community, that again, I think that as we've just heard from significant numbers of people in our community in the conversation about property taxes, which 2 council members voted against, that when we're talking about levying fines, essentially for the sake of fines, without having any real substantive data that demonstrates that those tickets actually result in a reduction in speed, because there just isn't that data to support it. I don't think that that our council should support that. In addition to the issues that come with just wild surveillance and the kinds of data that comes with that, including the cost regarding public records requests, because those become public records that anybody has access to, which should again be concerning to our community, and I think has substantial costs outside of the ones identified here with staff time, that I just don't think is covered. And I don't believe that this is in the direction that council has gone in when it comes to levying of fines and fees, criminalizing the poorest people in our community. And further, when we're talking about having, we've talked in the past about being in conversations right now with the county on our contract for prosecutor services and the justice contract. These become criminal violations because if you have something else or you don't pay these fines and fees, your license will be suspended and then you can go to jail, right? So those become issues for the prosecutor and the public defenders and whoever else is working on them from the defense side. And those are services that we also pay for in a contract through the Justice Department, right? Or through our contract with the prosecutor in the county. And I think these are all issues that are wildly interrelated, that I, again, spoke to back in July. I wish I had my notes now. But yeah, I think it's not just the fact that people are being recorded. It's not just that they're getting tickets. It's also the fact that there's just not enough data that demonstrates that this is actually effective and that it won't slow people down. The threat of getting a ticket has no real effect on slowing people down while we're working on, and if we're working on actually addressing the traffic issues in those areas.
Thank you, Navarra. Other council members before I go back to Lindsay. And Lindsay, while we're hearing from Latricia, can you email me your motion? Sorry. I wrote down the number, but I want to make sure I get the gist of it. And I can just have you repeat it verbally if that's easier. Latricia, go ahead.
I'd like to hear from staff on this project. I didn't think we had cameras that were issuing fines. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I know we talked about it, but I didn't think we actually had it. I remember a presentation about needing to replace cameras that were not working properly, but those cameras weren't for the purpose of tickets. So I'd like to hear from staff on that before we axe it.
So Mayor and Council, I'd be happy to weigh in from staff if now's an appropriate time.
Sure, go ahead, Nathan.
So at this point, we do not have a traffic camera system in place at the city. I think what's being referred to is a capital facilities plan transportation item that has been in the works for approximately 6 years now, that was originally adopted and supported by council. I do think, and I acknowledge the council inquiry from Councilmember Schwab, and I think this is an appropriate and important council discussion, because it really would be helpful to know whether this is something we want to see move forward or not. And so I think seeing where the majority of council lands on this discussion, one, can help us ascertain what needs to be in front of you with the budget in 2 weeks, as well as making sure that if this project is important to move forward, that we're doing so.
Can you clarify? I mean, these cameras though aren't issuing tickets. The one that's in the CFP is I just don't have the CFP in front of me, and my computer's dead, so I can't look it up.
And my apologies, I do not have that up in front of me right now, but I do have, my recollection is that it would be phased in at school zones, and particularly the school zone areas that have been highlighted where we've received a number of complaints. That's where the camera project would start, was within the priority school zone. That may have been Franklin, but I'd have to look back at the priority school zone. It's possible that Director Curtin or one of his team members in the audience have more details on that particular project, but I do not.
So someone can correct me, but it is a traffic safety camera program. And what I believe, yes, the idea is it will issue tickets, because we had this whole conversation about it being in school zones, that's okay, but not red light cameras. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about, so same but different. And I'm getting nods from staff that, yes, that's the, yes, please.
I don't think it's on. Oh, there we go. All right. So yes, to answer Latricia's question, the cameras would be issuing tickets, or they would be referred to law enforcement for review and the issuance of a ticket. The location was, the city manager was correct, around Franklin School. So they would be on the approaches to the Lauritsen and Race intersection in front of Franklin School. And so there would be cameras that would be observing traffic going along Race as it approaches the intersection, and along Lauritsen, only within that school zone. To give some additional background on that, we would have to install some additional supporting equipment, which is one of the things that's been sort of dragging this on, is that has not been addressed. We have not had a traffic engineer for some time, and now that I'm here, we actually had planned to be getting that project moving.
Chief, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
So Mayor, just to add what you just heard, that CFP is only for that location, and the equipment is the flashing ambers that are, you've got 2 in place right now on Boulevard that are timed to the school calendar. So the speed limit obviously changes during school hours. That project envisions installing those first, regardless of whether you install the secondary part of the project. If you remember the presentation from 2019, and I forget the city now because it's been so long, the flashing amber part of the project, which we already have one section installed, is the part that we pay for. The other part, if council chose to go forward with a contract, would be, funded through the overall issuance of violation notices at some level, but they're not moving violations, they're infractions. If you remember, it would be like a parking ticket versus an actual moving violation. And it was referred to that some of the WADOT projects right now that are in place have, actually do have speed cameras. I've been told that they're issuing infractions through some of those construction zones that are like east side of Port Angeles. So there would be some data and actually some information locally on what is happening with driving behavior on those. Should council want to know, about that from WADOT, you've actually got some local real-time information. I was surprised to hear that they'd installed those because I thought you had to have something in place. But then I remember now that the legislature changed some of the laws so you can actually do them outside of school zones. This whole speed camera and red light camera in Washington is pretty heavily regulated about how you can do it and where you can do it. So I just offer all that as information.
Thank you. Anyone who hasn't spoken to the motion wish to speak? Okay. Lindsay, I'll go back to you.
Sorry, just a clarifying question for Chief Smith. A moving violation is an infraction, like a speeding ticket is an infraction, right?
So if I understand the question, an infraction is like a parking ticket. The moving violation.
Also a speeding ticket, or is it speeding?
No, it's not a speeding ticket. So the traffic camera design, and I think I understand your question now. It issues the infraction to the vehicle. It doesn't issue it to the person. So like your vehicle could get a parking ticket, and you're the registered owner, so you're going to be responsible for it. That's what the traffic camera does. It issues it to the vehicle. Whoever's operating it decides what level of you could. I mean, and again, I'm just putting this out there. You could say that up to 35 miles an hour in a school zone is still just a warning. So it would mail you a warning. You could literally design the thing around what does it cost to run it. We want it mostly to send people warnings and only give you an infraction if you're at a certain level. I know that doesn't address your concerns about data and surveillance, but if I understand the infraction part of it, you get the difference between a moving violation to you as a driver versus a parking ticket to the car.
Got it. That was my clarification. I didn't understand the difference. Thank you for that. Just to clarify, the motion before us is to strike funding from TR 0919, the Traffic Safety Camera Program. It's listed on page F8 as $35,000. So it's changing that $35,000 to zero. Please let me know if I'm missing something from the larger budget there. This is not a motion to change the CFP. The CFP is not before us right now. So there is a larger conversation or a continuing conversation for council about this program in general. I would just like to have the opportunity to revisit the program before more work is done on it, before that $35,000 is spent out in the first half of 2026, to revisit a program that when we first thought about it, I think we were in a bit of a different world when it came to big tech. And I think also, others have brought in more data that is supportive of thinking through this in other ways. If this 35,000 is just for the flashing ambers, I am sorry for delaying that, but I really think we should consider whether we want to be contracting with a big data company to give them traffic data from Port Angeles and then trust that, that makes sense for us. So that is what this motion would allow, is time to consider what makes sense for Port Angeles and how much do we value, our privacy, our traffic safety from a holistic perspective, and the equity implications of I did actually get a speeding ticket, me, myself, and I, not just my vehicle. And it's really hard to pay. You have to find your checkbook and mail it if you don't want to pay an extra fine. This is not easy to deal with. And so I really see how people get sucked into, as Deputy Mayor Carr said, now you didn't pay your fine and now it's a criminal offense. And so whether we want to be participating or not is a larger conversation. For now, just to clarify, the motion is just to zero out that $35,000 in the budget so that we can have a larger conversation at a later point in time. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay, for that clarification. Other comments or questions from council? Okay, I'll go. Oh, did you want to go again?
Thank you, Mayor Dexter. I think we could do both at the same time. You could still fund it moving forward with the phase 1 and then follow up with phase 2. I think the location, the clarification, again, public safety, and I think the public safety of traffic for our kids that walk to Franklin is vital. I mean, we talk about having safe sidewalks for our kids to walk. And Franklin, that intersection is busy. And I think it's smart to have it, the first phase in that area. So I'm sorry, Lindsay, I get what you guys are talking about the privacy and all that. And I think I'm hoping that, if it does pass or as the project moves forward, we can really dig into that. But I think, to me, the safety of the kids walking to the school is paramount and important for me, because that is a very busy intersection compared to Hamilton Elementary School. That school is not, the traffic there isn't as busy. But there at Franklin, it is, to me, it's a public safety in that, but I do get everything else that everybody's talked about, and I do understand that. So, thank you.
I didn't want to spend quite so much time on this, but because it seemed like it'd be easier. But I do have one more clarifying question based on Latricia's question. If we remove the funding, it looks like the school area speed signs near Franklin is a separate line item, and I don't want to. Sounds like the chief is saying they're combined. I just want to clarify if that second level, that the additional. I know the Lauritzen signs are there, but if the additional flashing ambers are part of that school area speed sign, or are in fact that 35,000, or if the 35,000 is specifically camera, and maybe that's too granular to answer tonight. And I'll just say why I'm asking. My kids go to Franklin. I work at the college. My kids went to Franklin. Good Lord, one of the has graduated from high school, so he's long gone. But we used to walk to school, and I'm acutely aware of how fast people go in that area. And I wholeheartedly agree that traffic speed mitigation is very important in that area. That said, I also get really uncomfortable reading stories about hacked data and it being used nefariously, I'm going to use that word, by the federal government for things that I think this council doesn't support. And so I think it is reasonable to pause and ask the question, and I'm just trying to decide whether to vote in favor or not, because I do want the ambers to go, but I do think it's worth pausing to have an additional conversation, not tonight, or in the context of the budget, about the camera piece and what does that mean. And I want to have time to answer those questions thoughtfully so we can move forward. And maybe, as Lindsay said, it's still in the capital facilities plan, but if we take it from the budget, or if there's a better way to pause it, I'm okay with that too. But anyway, sorry, we have a lot to still cover, and it's already 8:45, so I'm getting a little nervous about it. Go ahead, Navarra.
I think that if this council wants to support only flashing ambers, then we need to be clear about that and not have a project that is very intentionally, again, issuing fines. That I think if we want to move forward with the phase 1 approach, we need to make sure that phase 2, if we're not sold on that it can't, unless we're all talking about moving forward with phase 2, we should not have the ability to have a future council or staff make those decisions about when to turn on those cameras or when other people are going to access that data and turn them on. I think as Mayor Dexter just mentioned, the ability for not just hacks to happen, but actual sharing of information with our friends at the federal government has happened time and time again. And in fact, many communities across Washington and across this country are putting in legislation, councils are putting in legislation to ban cameras like this. And I think that it is like truly moving in a backwards direction. And I think that if we really cared about public safety, that like we should have that discussion about what it would mean to actually have a safe street in front of Franklin.
Right, so that's all I'm trying to clarify. Is TR 0919 just the camera, or is TR1 and TR 116 is the additional flashing ambers, or if they're combined? Thank you, Scott.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may, if Tim or Jonathan would like to clarify that, I think we could address that very quickly.
So the traffic safety camera CFP project is just for equipment to support the cameras. The school area speed signs on Franklin is a separate CFP project. We have installed 2 radar speed feedback signs and flashing ambers on Lawrence Boulevard already with that project. There is some additional funding in that we can leverage for other installations in that area if we want to, but that has already, the basic scope of that project has already been completed. Does that answer your questions?
I think so.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
What's the 26,000 for TR 1116 then?
The school, the Franklin area speed signs?
Nope.
No.
So there's TR 90919, that's 35,000 for the traffic safety camera program.
Right.
The next one on the list, which you don't have in front of you, I realize,
Mhm.
is 26,700 for TR 1116. That's school area speed signs near Franklin.
Yes, that is the school area speed signs near Franklin is the flashing ambers and radar feedback signs that have already been installed.
But they're in the 2026 budget.
Yes, so there is additional capacity there if additional measures are desired.
Okay, very good.
So clarifying question, there's still some flashing ambers to be installed around Franklin or not?
Yes, Mayor and Council.
Yes.
So since I was the only one here that was part of this, and I don't have the project in front of me, but when we talked to you back in 2019, the only cost that we were talking about, and we did talk about the value of the flashing ambers if you never went any further beyond that, because they are really, in our opinion, valuable. Our cost would be that flashing amber system that's a smart system that's computer timed with a calendar, and it's somewhat expensive to install, but the first part of it has been installed. But to mark that school zone the way we understood it, it would, in 2019 dollars, taken $35,000 to fully equip that with so you would enter the school zone knowing through the flashing ambers that it's school hours. That was the idea behind it. Nothing else was envisioned with that money, if that makes sense.
I think so. Okay, do we need any more clarifications?
Yeah, so it sounds like we like traffic safety. We have questions about the cameras, and a few of us would like to be able to have a more robust conversation about whether to continue the traffic safety camera program. But a lot of people are in favor of the flashing yellows. So I'm considering amending the motion to move that $35,000 rather than strike it to either the school area speed signs CFP or the Complete Streets Revolving Fund, which would make it very flexible for traffic safety. And I just don't know if there's a preference on where to move it to, because I hear like, hey, we want the good stuff and we can do that with this money. But right now that 35,000 is tied into prepping for the traffic safety camera program, which I and others have a lot of serious questions about.
Okay, so if you can think quickly about how you want to amend it, I will tell you that I will support the motion as it currently stands because it leaves it to question and further discussion. If you change the motion, it makes the decision tonight that it's not a discussion any longer. And so if you want to leave it the way it is, I'll support it. If you want to change it, I won't.
Well, let's just
I don't want to decide tonight. I want to say that we're going to think about it more, which I think your motion does. So any further discussion? Do you want to hold off on your amendment? No, okay. Okay, so We have a motion to strike funding from the Traffic Safety Camera Program TR 0919. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Any further budget discussion questions? Okay, well, in true council fashion, we took a really long time on that item. I would expect nothing less. So we will continue the public hearing to December 2nd. Oh, let me do the first reading before we move on. Good gracious. Sorry. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting the 2026 budget for the fiscal year ending December 31, 2026. So this item is continued to the December 2nd meeting, and we're going to take it's never going to be really quick. I always say that, but we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back to item G1. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. We need to move on because we have more things still on the agenda than the amount of time we have left in our meeting if we end when we're supposed to. So we're going to see what we can do. And I'm going to start by turning it over to Director Curtin to talk about this, the sidewalk fee and lieu program.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you very much. I'm on page G1 of the packet this evening. As council may recall, back at the September 16th meeting, we brought before council a much needed request brought to us from the community about providing a sidewalk fee and lieu program. I would like to thank council for affording us the additional time as opposed to doing this at back-to-back meetings. I can honestly say the roughly 2 months of interaction that we've had with community members, builders, developers, council has vastly improved the legislation that's before you this evening. I would like to ask, in light of the testimony that we had earlier this evening, I do feel like we are in a good place. I feel like we have gained the support of the folks. I feel like we've honestly addressed really the intent of what the city was looking for, what council's hopes were, and what the developer community was looking for as it related to affordability. So I feel like we're in a pretty good place as it relates to this. Jonathan does have a 15-minute presentation prepared for this evening, which we're happy to provide if council likes. But I'm also, if you have specific questions, I'm happy to answer those. We don't necessarily have to do that if you don't feel the need to do so.
Can I get a nod, thumbs up, show of hands? Anyone who feels comfortable just asking questions and not getting the presentation? 10 to 15, and it's 9 o'clock and we still have all the comments on. Lindsay's raising his hand. Is that an affirmative?
I just wanted to check. I mean, the amendment that I'm considering is the effective date rather than January 1st, something further into 2026. So I'm curious, staff comments on that part. And if there's a slide on that, happy to see that. Like, what are the downsides to it?
Thank you very much. I appreciate asking that question. I think we're relatively reasonable in accommodating a small amount of time. I don't know that's necessarily going to achieve. The whole point of this was to get everyone out of limbo and provide some clear choice and direction, frankly, for all parties. So to allow a limited amount of time, I'm not opposed to that. If possible, I'd like to ask John. I didn't know if do you have active permits in that are already applied for that this would affect, or is this for stuff that you have yet to submit for permit?
And maybe with that question would be, what is the triggering event to get in under the existing ordinance versus the new ordinance, assuming we adopt the new ordinance?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Here comes Jonathan.
Jonathan, if you would. Yeah, I'm open to considering if
so it would be the date of a complete application submitted. So if a complete application was submitted prior to January 1st, for example, then you would be underneath the current requirements, even if the permit wasn't issued until March or something, because it took a while to get it issued.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, the word complete is a challenge there because sometimes people submit applications but don't know if they're complete for a while.
Okay. So that we can consider that.
Yes, and again, I don't see a big issue. We've waited this long to get to where we are today. The whole point of this was to get people clear direction. It provides people options. We're giving people choice to make. So I hate to postpone that and keep people in limbo longer unnecessarily so, but to add 60, 90 days, fine. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
All right, Lindsay, do you want to?
I want to move us forward. I move to adopt the ordinance with the amendment of the effective date being April 1st rather than January 1st, and approve the included fee schedule establishing the sidewalk fee to be included with the annual resolution amending the master fee schedule.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I feel like I should read the ordinance and the resolution really quickly before we adopt them or vote on them. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, amending Title 16 and 18, Section 16.04.010, 16.04.070, 16.04.140, 16.08.060, 16.09.040, 18.08.020, 18.08.040, 18.08.045 of the Port Angeles Municipal Code relating to sidewalks, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. And a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, amending in part the City of Port Angeles master fee schedule. All right, so we have a motion to, let me go back, adopt the ordinance with the amendment of an April 1st start date and approve the included master fee schedule establishing the sidewalk fee to be included with the annual resolution amending the master fee schedule. Any further discussion? All right, let's try unanimous consent. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, staff, for your work. And now we have a sidewalk fee and lieu program. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you for hanging out with us. All right, moving on quickly. It's the speed round that's not speedy. And I don't mean that, like, I don't want to, you guys have put a lot of work into this and I want to hear it. So we'll move on to G2, and that is the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update. I'm going to go to Calvin.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mayor and Council, RCW 3670A 130 requires cities planning under the Growth Management Act to complete a periodic update of their comprehensive plans every 10 years. The draft plan before you tonight incorporates significant community feedback, council input, and provides long-range framework for housing, transportation, economic development, land use, and environmental resilience over the next 20 years. I'll now turn the presentation over to Courtney.
Mayor and Council, apologies for my voice. I'm recovering from a cold. My name is Courtney Bornsworth, Natural Resources and Grant Administrator. Tonight's presentation is on the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update, required under RCW 3670A 130. Hard copies of this presentation are available on the Council dais and in the lobby for the public. This presentation is about 15 minutes. If possible, I would ask that you please consider holding your questions until the end, as questions early on will likely be addressed on a later slide. Additionally, you will find a detailed staff memo starting on page G29 of your packet, which provides further specifics on this proposal. I would like to note that the links provided in your published packet are correct. There was a small technical issue with the city's website that was brought to staff's attention that has since been addressed. Next slide. The comprehensive plan establishes the community's long-range vision for the next 20 years. A major update to the plan every 10 years is mandated under the Growth Management Act. The 2025 update incorporates extensive public input, technical analyses, and emerging policy requirements at the state level. It provides direction for housing, transportation, economic development, land use, environmental resilience, and neighborhood character. Next slide. As part of this update, staff completed all analyses required under the Growth Management Act. These include a full plan audit, land capacity analysis, future land use map analysis, housing needs assessment, racially disparate impacts analysis, transportation and capital to facilities assessments, neighborhood assessments, and the SEPA environmental impact statement analysis. These analyses help ensure the plan is grounded in best practices, meets all state requirements, and aligns with community priorities. Next slide. The Vision 2045 update reflects 18 months of extensive public outreach. Engagement activities included 12 Planning Commission meetings, 6 Stakeholder Advisory Committee meetings, a citywide vision survey, targeted interviews, a 3-day storefront studio, a draft plan workshop and citywide public survey, presentations to community and civic groups, a SEPA environmental impact statement open house, and a City Council work session. This depth of public involvement has shaped every chapter of the plan. Next slide, please. The culmination of these multiple analyses and public outreach activities resulted in various major updates to the plan. These include a revised vision statement, future land use map amendments, updated guidance related to urban growth areas, integration of growth management policies into land use, and strengthened focus on economic diversity and high-wage jobs. Next slide, please. Additional major updates include policies to improve access to community facilities, incorporation of the Clallam County Hazard Mitigation Plan, a focus on resiliency, equity, and sustainability, enhancing transportation network connectivity, and a strong focus on community partnerships. Next slide. The Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update was publicly noticed on September 24th, 2025 in compliance with state requirements. In addition to the Comprehensive Plan Periodic Updates, the city updated the SEPA Environmental Impact Statement to coincide with the proposed plan amendments. The draft SEPA EIS was publicly noticed on September 18th, 2025 with a comment period that ended on October 18th, 2025. Next slide, please. On September 23rd, 2025, City Council held a work session to review the Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update, the citywide rezone, the potential urban growth swap area, and the Housing Action Plan Update. During that session and through follow-up emails, Council members provided over 120 comments, including questions, information requests, and suggestions. Staff consolidated those into 43 solution areas and presented them to Council on October 7th, 2025. Next slide. At the October 7th, 2025 council meeting, 7 additional comments were identified and solutions were provided on October 21st. All solutions were incorporated into the final version submitted to the Planning Commission for the October 22nd public hearing. The following slides highlight key changes made in response to these comments. Next slide, please. I'll be summarizing these as we move forward. The solutions that came out of the council work sessions have already been incorporated into the plan and include the following. A new goal ensures rezones apply an equity lens to neighborhood changes. Policy LU 2.3 was amended to transition toward form-based development code beginning in 2026. A new policy, LU 5.10, was added to reevaluate industrial land along the waterfront for mixed uses. Next slide. Removed outdated industrial marine zoning from development regulations. The clarification of how the comprehensive plan and the shoreline master program function together was clearly stated. The recognition of the shoreline master program as the primary shoreline regulatory guide in the jurisdiction. And a new policy was added to establish the designation of culturally significant sites in collaboration with the Lower Elwha Clallam tribe. Next slide. In 2026, neighborhood corner stores will be allowed in all residential zones citywide per a municipal code update. Next slide. Policy ED 1.9 was added to strengthen economic partnerships and communications and to emphasize collaboration in economic development and local partnerships. Next slide. Policy ED 1.16 was added to establish a recurring collaborative industry summit with regional partners, identify priority economic sectors that support family wage jobs, and align city policy and investment with workforce and infrastructure needs. The zigzag at Oak Street was elevated to a near-term capital priority, and it's recommended council representation in future sidewalk planning and connectivity plan meetings. Next slide. Goal HM1 expanded urban forestry goals to include full program implementation. The consideration of managed retreat to address marine bluff erosion areas as part of the next shoreline master program update. Maintaining the mixed-use zoning at the Rainier Mill site for future flexibility. Goal LU6 addresses hazardous land conditions with strengthened environmental policies. And the exploration of code changes to prohibit toxic material storage on environmentally sensitive lands was added. Next slide, please. We are also strengthening language around estuaries, timberlands, and other natural resources. A new policy was added to explore various models for long-term timberland stewardship, and the Tree City USA status will be maintained as an environmental commitment. Next slide, please. We included the adoption of the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan within the comprehensive plan. We will allow for public facilities by right in all city zoning districts through the addition of 2 new policies. Policy U 5.3 will match facility size and character to surrounding neighborhood conditions. And Policy U 5.4 will prioritize equitable facility investment in historically underserved areas. Next slide, please. There will be continued commitment to considering only one-to-one UGA swaps moving forward that will only be designated for industrial purposes to foster economic growth. Policy LU 7.14 was added to ensure UGA decisions include collaboration with the county and tribal partners. Next slide, please. Noting that these important solutions have already been incorporated into the plan, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on October 22nd, 2025, and unanimously recommended approval of the draft comprehensive plan periodic update as presented. Next slide. The Planning Commission staff report and draft plan provided on October 16th included amendments based on all engagement activities and comments received to that date. Additional issues raised during and after the public hearing are summarized next, along with staff recommendations for council consideration in the final Vision 2045 plan. Next slide. Issue number 1, adoption of critical areas protection policies that implement the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Best Available Science. The staff response, the land use, parks and recreation, open space, and conservation elements include goals and policies addressing critical areas. These can be further strengthened to ensure consistency with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife Best Available Science guidance. Staff recommendation at this time is to amend policy LU 1.8 to use the future land use map to designate riparian zones and bluffs as open space and use the critical areas ordinance to protect sensitive features while exploring habitat corridor connectivity. Next slide, please. Additional recommendations to issue number 1 include amend policy LU 7.12 to ensure all critical areas within the UGA maintain no net loss of ecological functions and values. Amend policy PR 1.7 to identify suitable locations for parks, gardens, and food forests while seeking opportunities to connect them as habitat corridors. Amend policy C 1.3 to establish standards that protect and enhance critical areas while ensuring no net loss and maintaining natural functions. Amend policy C 1.8 to apply site-specific mitigation requirements to avoid adverse impacts in sensitive areas and maintain no net loss. And amend policy C 2.3 to require no net loss of all critical areas, including wetlands. Next slide, please. Issue number 2, adjustments to the hazard mitigation and climate resiliency element to ensure compliance with critical areas protection and reinforce implementation. Staff's response, the hazard mitigation and climate resiliency element already references the use of best available science. However, additional clarity can reinforce implementation. Goal HM1 addresses the protection and enhancement of ecosystems, including the urban forest, by increasing resilience to climate hazards that threaten forest and estuary health, fish and wildlife habitats, and water quality and quantity. Staff recommendations include the following. Amend policy HM 3.3 to maximize tree canopy coverage in parking lots, corridors, and critical areas with priority given to vulnerable neighborhoods and habitat corridors. Amend policy HM 1.6 to prioritize native and climate resilient trees and vegetation using assisted migration and preparation for warmer and drier summers. Amend policy HM 2.3 to require low impact development and green building techniques where feasible in all new developments to reduce emissions and stormwater impacts. Next slide, please. Issue number 3, strengthen policies acknowledging the Lower Clallam Tribe's sovereign status, treaty rights, and co-management responsibilities. Commit to consultation on land use and environmental planning affecting treaty-protected resources. Staff's response, the city acknowledges the Lower Clallam Tribe as a sovereign nation and continues to work collaboratively with the tribe on future land use planning. Policy LU 1.11 was previously added to identify the need to work collaboratively with the tribe to establish an appropriate land use designation for the Tsuwitson Village site, other culturally significant sites, and all tribally owned parcels throughout the city. Next slide. Staff's recommendation includes adding policy C 3.3 to commit to ongoing collaboration with the Lower Alacalon tribe on shoreline restoration, fisheries stewardship, and cultural resource protection. Additionally, amend policy LU 1.11 to require continued consultation with the tribe when establishing land use designations for culturally significant sites and all tribal lands, especially regarding treaty protected resources. Next slide. Issue number 4, include more environmental values and protection of ecosystems in volumes 1 and 2. Staff's response. Volume 2 of the comprehensive plan is the background and analysis providing the foundation for the vision, goals, and policies presented in volume 1. Forested ecosystems are acknowledged in the natural resources component of the current conditions found on page A8. The importance of forested ecosystems and their role in community well-being and resilience is reflected in volume 1 within the conservation, parks, recreation, and open space, and hazard mitigation and climate resiliency elements. Staff recommends amend Volume 2 to more clearly describe the location, health, and environmental importance of stream ravines, estuaries, and forested areas. Next slide. I apologize for the text on this slide. To summarize, the recommendation spans the next 2 slides and would more clearly define the composition of natural areas and add clarification on declining forest health and stressors such as drought and human-caused damage. Next slide. It would also describe the city's urban forest and highlight the successes of the street tree program, which has distributed over 400 trees over the last 3 years. It would emphasize the ecological, social, and economic value of forests, wetlands, estuaries, ravines, and the marine shoreline to community sustainability. Next slide, please. Issue number 5, ensure consideration of tribal collaboration in any UGA boundary changes. Staff's response, the 2025 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update provides an opportunity for a future UGA swap with Clallam County. Any future UGA swaps proposed by Clallam County must follow all applicable state requirements under RCW 3670A110. This includes meaningful consultation with affected tribes at the earliest possible date. Staff's recommendation is to amend Policy LU 7.14 to require tribal consultation for any UGA boundary adjustment proposal. Next slide. At this time, staff is recommending that City Council 1, conduct the first reading of the ordinance, 2, provide direction on the staff recommendations numbers 1 through 5, and 3, continue this matter to the December 16th, 2025 council meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Courtney. All right, I will read the ordinance and then we can have council discussion. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, adopting the 2025 periodic update of the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan, adopting findings, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. All right, Lindsay has his hand up already. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I appreciate all the work. Great presentation, Courtney, and thank you for the entire CED team, to the whole community who participate in this process. Thank you. It's well past time for us to do a big overhaul of our comprehensive plan, and so I'm glad that we're moving forward with that. I generally agree with the staff recommendations. I wanted to comment on the standards in 2 of them. Starting in 2022, the state legislature asked Department of Fish and Wildlife to begin looking at why no net loss isn't working for preserving ecosystems in Washington state, particularly salmon runs, and looking at setting a different standard of net ecological gain to replace no net loss. There's been a couple studies put out by Fish and Wildlife since then, and there still needs to be, standard setting on exactly what net ecological gain means. But since we're talking here about a 20-year vision, I think we should adopt the standard that, the language that is the standard that we think might actually help in achieving the ecological goals, which underlie our economic goals in this plan. So I would suggest replacing no net loss with net ecological gain in the staff recommendations. And then the other is a similar sort of amendment, thinking about the standards on consultation with Indigenous people that international law from the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, multiple other, even the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, looks at free, prior, and informed consent for government interactions with Indigenous people rather than just consultation. Consultation suggests the ability to check in and then ignore the needs of the Indigenous community. Free, prior, and informed consent is about actually getting the consent of the Indigenous community. So I would also like to suggest that we replace the collaboratively language or the consultation language with the actual international law standard of, it has its own acronym, FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. Other than those two changes, I agree with adopting the staff recommendations. I don't think I can easily wordsmith those changes in the number of places where they occur, but hopefully that general direction would make sense, and I'm happy to make that into a motion if that makes sense at this time.
Calvin, I'll go to Calvin. I'm looking right at Nathan on the screen. So do you feel like a motion is important for that?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank your council members. As I took down the notes, wherever there's a reference to no net loss, replaced with actual ecological gains. Wherever there's a reference to our tribal relationship consultation, collaboration be replaced with free, prior, and informed consent. I think those are fairly clear. If there's consensus among the council that that's what they would like to see, and the updated version we'll bring back on the 16th of December. If that's the clear consensus, we could make that happen.
Okay. Let me go to Latricia because maybe she's going to speak to that. We'll come back to you, Lindsay, then. Go ahead, Latricia.
Well, Lindsay, you must be reading my mind and conversations that I've had with Calvin about this topic. I think it's important that we set the standard. This is a 20-year document, and no net loss, even though it was recommended by FeatureWise. I don't think FeatureWise is going to disagree with us putting in the recommendation of net ecological gain, because you're right. We're just not seeing the impact by man is outpacing what we're trying to accomplish. And we have a beautiful community in which we live. And I think it's important that we continue to protect that. But I also want to bring the attention to, we are doing net gain. And I think that we need to have it written in our document showing and documenting that that's what we're doing. I mean, with our street tree program, we are that's net gain. When you're planting trees that weren't there, that's a net gain in our community. It may be a small task, but it's net gain. And those are things that are vital. And those are things that we are currently carrying out. Cleanup of the Rainier Mill, that is a net gain in our community. And that's important that we have that in there, that these are our guiding lights and where we need to go. Yes, there will probably be future development in our community, but I think it's important that we state that you can develop, but you can also protect your environment. I thank you for bringing this up. You got my support on it, and you beat me to raising the hand tonight. Thank you.
Before we move on, is there a general, is anyone opposed to Lindsay's language? Okay, so we will expect to see those updates. That's great. Thank you. Latricia, go ahead. I'm sorry, you're Navarra. Navarra, go ahead. You were just agreeing. Does anyone have anything else they want to add on this section? All right, well, I will just say thank you very much. It was I appreciate the articulation of, we heard this and this is what we did, and not just in a, just on a slide deck. That's really helpful. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that and to give us the update, and for incorporating the feedback that you got from us as well. And so I think we will continue that part of the comprehensive plan.
Confirming, Mayor, you read the ordinance?
I did.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for confirming.
And Mayor, we heard council loud and clear. all of the comments that were made, and we wanted to make sure we captured that for you. And so we will incorporate items 1 through 5 with the important distinctions made by council, and we'll have that for you at the meeting on December 16th.
All right. Thank you very much. We will move right on to the rezone, and we'll go to Calvin for that too.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, the City of Port Angeles must adopt its updated comprehensive plan by the end of this calendar year. As part of this update, the city is proposing a citywide rezone to align zoning districts with the updated future land use map, expanded housing capacity to support mixed-use centers, and ensure land use regulations effectively implement the comprehensive plan and form-based code. I'll now turn the presentation over to Angel.
Mayor and council members, my name is Angel Torres, Long Range and Special Projects Administrator. Tonight, I'll be presenting the proposed citywide rezone associated with the comprehensive plan update. Hard copies of this presentation are available at the council dais and in the lobby for the public. This presentation is about 10 minutes, so if possible, I would ask that you please consider holding your questions until the end, as questions early on will likely be addressed on a later slide. Additionally, you will find a detailed staff memo starting on page G48 of your packet, which provides further specifics on this proposal. Next slide, please. The Washington State Growth Management Act requires cities to periodically update their comprehensive plans and development regulations to ensure alignment with state law and countywide planning policies. The update must demonstrate capacity to accommodate forecasted growth. For Port Angeles, that includes planning for approximately 3,150 new residents, 1,970 housing units, and 967 jobs over the next 20 years. These targets are confirmed in a land use element on page 17 of the comp plan. The proposed rezone aligns the zoning map with the future land use map adopted in the comprehensive plan so that policy direction and regulatory tools are consistent and support one another. This is a required step to maintain compliance with the Growth Management Act. Next slide, please. The citywide rezone focuses on 13 targeted areas. The areas presented during tonight's presentation were chosen to best demonstrate the broader goals outlined in the draft comprehensive plan. They include corridors and neighborhood hubs that were chosen due to their proximity to existing infrastructure and transit. This strategy aligns with policies LU 1.6 and LU 2.1, which emphasize compact and efficient growth in places already supported by services. This approach ensures that growth is coordinated with the city's capital facilities plan and supports the comprehensive plan structured for strategic and compact development. Next slide, please. Along the Ray Street corridor, the proposal adjusts zoning to support a mixed-use corridor. Surrounding residential blocks transition from R7 to commercial office, increasing opportunities for multifamily housing and small-scale commercial activity. Along the corridor itself, the shift from commercial office to commercial neighborhood creates opportunities for mixed-use buildings with active ground floors and housing above. This directly reflects the comprehensive plan direction for Ray Street to evolve into a complete neighborhood corridor with walkability, services, and varied housing choices. Next slide, please. For the Lincoln Street corridor, the proposed change is from R7, residential mixed density, to residential medium density. This increases opportunities for duplexes, townhomes, and small apartment buildings, placing additional residential capacity in a central corridor served by transit, schools, and neighborhood services. This corridor was identified in the land use element as a logical area to accommodate a meaningful portion of future housing need. Next slide, please. The 8th Street corridor west of Tumwater Creek is proposed to transition from R7 to commercial neighborhood. This strengthens 8th Street as a mixed-use corridor and adds opportunities for multi-story residential development and neighborhood-scale commercial uses. The change supports compact growth along existing arterial streets and aligns with the strategic growth framework outlined in the comp plan. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan periodic update and associated citywide rezone was publicly noticed on September 24th in compliance with state requirements. The draft SEPA EIS was publicly noticed on September 18, with the comment period that ended on October 18, 2025. Next slide, please. This proposal reflects multiple rounds of engagement occurring throughout 2024 and 2025. Engagement included the storefront studio, stakeholder advisory committee meetings, planning commission open houses and discussions, city council work session, and the formal public noticing period leading up to the October 22nd hearing. All comments received were documented and addressed through the staff report and the public comment memo. Next slide, please. The following 4 themes highlight the extent of public engagement and cooperation involved in this process. In Cherry Hill, residents expressed concerns about increased residential capacity and equity impacts. Along Lawrenson Boulevard, commenters raised questions about traffic conditions, pedestrian safety, and coordination with nearby schools. For the Ray Street corridor, several commenters recommended expanding the set of properties included in the proposed rezone. General comments focused on transparency, shoreline considerations, and continued coordination with tribal partners. Next slide. Staff responses address these themes directly. For Cherry Hill, staff emphasized that the proposed changes address zoning capacity only and do not authorize any specific project activity. Along Lawrenson Boulevard, the placement of added residential capacity aligns with existing and planned infrastructure, including coordination with the capital facilities plan and supports multimodal travel. For the Ray Street corridor, the zoning reflects community recommendations through a stepped intensity pattern that transitions from surrounding residential blocks into the mixed-use corridor. Broader comments related to transparency, shoreline policy, and tribal engagement are addressed through the comprehensive plan and through ongoing coordination efforts. Next slide, please. During the September 23rd work session, council members provided extensive comments on the comprehensive plan and the associated rezone. Those items were reviewed, consolidated, and addressed in supplemental packet provided on October 7th. Next slide, please. Several refinements incorporated into the final proposal respond directly to the council's requested solutions. These adjustments are reflected in the materials provided to the Planning Commission on October 21st and will be highlighted in the following slides. Next slide, please. One of the requests from council was to evaluate whether additional properties adjacent to the Ray Street corridor should be considered for rezoning. The proposed map reflects this direction by extending commercial office zoning into the surrounding R7 blocks, supporting a transition towards mixed use while maintaining appropriate neighborhood scale. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission held a public hearing for the proposed citywide rezone at the regularly scheduled meeting on October 22nd, 2025. Following public comments and deliberation, the Planning Commission made a motion to recommend approval of the citywide rezone application REZ 25-0153 with an amendment to allow single-family residences in all zones except Central Business District. The amendment has been incorporated into the document through the creation of 2 new policies. LU 3.8 ensures existing single household residences remain a conforming use in all residential and most commercial zones, and H 3.8, which ensures existing single household residences are not rendered non-conforming in a way that limits rebuilding in the event of substantial damage. Next slide. The commission also motioned to amend policy H 1.2 to support a full spectrum of housing options, including single household homes, middle housing, multifamily housing, mixed-use buildings, co-living, workforce housing, and accessory dwelling units. It also supported expanded development flexibility, including adjustments to minimum lot sizes, building heights, and parking requirements where appropriate. These amendments reinforce the comprehensive plan emphasis on housing choice and flexibility. Next slide, please. To balance housing flexibility with long-term land capacity needs, staff recommends refinements structured in 3 tiers as outlined in Alternative 1. First, in lower intensity commercial zones, new and existing single household residences will be permitted as conforming uses, ensuring full rebuilding rights. Second, in higher intensity mixed use and corridor zones, new single household residences will be permitted only on lots 3,500 square feet or smaller. This still allows single household homes, but protects critical zoning capacity for multifamily housing and employment uses, which are necessary to meet our Growth Management Act targets. Third, in the Central Business District, new single household residences would remain prohibited, while existing homes retain full rebuilding rights. Next slide. This tiered approach prevents accidental downzoning, preserves redevelopment capacity in the core commercial district, and protects existing households. All existing single household residences remain protected and retain full rebuilding rights. The corresponding language to implement this approach is reflected as a proposed update to policy LU 3.7. Next slide, please. This evening, staff recommends council conduct the first reading of the ordinance, provide direction on the staff recommended alternative 1, and continue this matter to the December 16th, 2025 council meeting. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. I will read the ordinance and then we can have council discussion. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, amending the official zoning map on a citywide basis to ensure consistency with the Vision 2045 Comprehensive Plan Periodic Update, adopting findings, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. All right. I have a question, but I don't need to go first if other people are ready or have questions. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's quite a question, but just I really appreciate that you have in here the conforming use of single-family residential homes in mixed-use commercial zones. I guess I just I'm hoping that what's in here is clarity enough for the public comment. Just they were hoping to have clarity, and I'm hoping that this is enough clarity to make sure that those folks that are in those areas, that if something happens to their homes, they'll be able to still be maintained as conforming use. It's just more about appraisals and funding in case their homes are damaged or they want to build onto their houses and stuff. So I just want to make sure that those homes will still be maintained conforming uses and won't be penalized as we move forward. So I guess it's not really a question, it's a statement.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Okay. I have a question, and then we do need some guidance on whether we want to take the Planning Commission motion or the staff recommended alternative. So this is just digging a little deeper than what Latricia just said. So I just want to make sure I understand. And I think the answer is yes. But because I'm in that zone, I want to be sure that I understand that. So, and maybe the Ray Street corridor is not higher intensity mixed use, but if it is, regardless, for the second the second blue square on slide 16, allow single family homes only on lots less than 3,500 square feet to maintain density. Is that new construction? So like if I'm a house on a 7,000 square foot lot in that recommendation and my house burns down, I can rebuild it on the same lot. I can't not rebuild it because my lot is 7,000 square feet. It's saying if I had an empty lot and I wanted to develop it, I could not put a single family home on it on more than 7,000. I could subdivide it, put a single family home on one half and an ADU or another single family home on the back half or a duplex or something like that. Okay, very good. That's all I needed to know. So since I already have my mic on, I will just say I like the clarification in the staff recommended alternative and would support that. I have a thumbs up at least and some nods. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Okay. I don't hear any. So we have a consensus on staff recommendation alternative, the staff recommendation. Okay. Then we shan't dally. Or dilly, I don't know which it is. We'll move on to, thank you very much. We'll move on to 4, Calvin.
Mayor and Council, the City of Port Angeles is updating the 2019 Housing Action Plan, or HAP, through the 2025 periodic update. The proposed Housing Action Plan provides strategies to expand housing options, encourage infill development, support housing affordability, and meet projected housing demand over the next 10 years. I'll now turn the presentation over to Jalen.
Pause. It's 9:43 and our policy is that we must do second public comment period by no later than 9:45. So I'm going to just ask, because I think some of the public comment will likely be related to some of what's happening now. Are there people in council chambers or online who don't care about this and would like to give their public comment now, or are the majority of people here for the later? Okay, we're gonna do second public comment period now, and then go back to the staff presentation. Sorry, we got to follow our policies. And if you're online, this is the second public comment period, so now is the time to raise your hand. All right, go, John.
Hi, John Ralston, City of Port Angeles resident. Because I didn't have enough time to cover the subjects in the first public comment period, I'm going to follow up a little bit further. So the 911 center and the emergency center, which again I support process, didn't support the size and scope of what's happening. The bids range from 14.5 to about 15.5 million. I didn't get to see, or I'm not sure it's made public yet without a request on alternatives. Some of those things they've been supposedly going to city staff. I hope you're involved. And don't let the city staff drive direction. I saw some of the reserves that you were planning as this thing was getting negotiated, and you put a reserve of another $3 million. This thing is too big, too expensive, and when these alternatives come up, it's easy to use a 2-letter word, or no, pass. We don't need to spend any more money on this thing. You may think they're good, you may think they're bad with the recommendations. Do you think that thing won't function at $14 or $15 million? I think it will. So please don't authorize any more money. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Justin. I don't have any hands online, so we'll go to Justin and then we'll go back to staff presentation.
Hello, Justin Williamson, Port Angeles. I'm just here to address the comments made by Drew earlier in the evening about inflation and how prices always rise, and that's what we should expect. I have a cell phone in my pocket. Everybody here has a cell phone in their pocket. Actually, these individuals all have a personal computer in front of them. There's a monitor behind me. Back in the 80s, a cell phone was like $1,000, $300 a month. Personal computer was $600 to $1,000. I don't even know, because I really wasn't that old to pay attention to the prices in the 80s. But I know that the prices for electronics, at least in the 80s, were very high. And I guarantee that you have some Pokemon cards and some Magic cards in your shop that prices have probably declined on tremendously in the last few years. So the fact that inflation always, or prices always goes up, and that's the mentality that you take when you go ahead and raise interest rates or raise our taxes 1% a year, kind of makes me feel like you have a defeatist mindset. Prices only go up because of the monetary system that we have. And it is our monetary system in the way that we print fiat currency that force prices to go up. And inflation is not an increase in prices. Inflation is an increase in currency chasing the same amount of goods and services. You haven't increased goods and services when you just print money from nothing, fiat currency. You've increased prices where you want to direct that money to. And I agree with Mayor that with our grant money coming into the community, yes, if we don't get that grant money, it is definitely going somewhere else into the coffers, into the states. So it's going to cause inflation there. But when I see that, it's like a small minority of people are taxing the majority of us, and instead of saying build sidewalks, which they should be doing with that money, they're saying, oh, we're going to put windows in a new building downtown because that's going to help generate more tax money. Or we're going to fix the facade on a building over on 8th Street because that's going to generate more tax money instead of putting it into the sidewalks, which you should be building. So taking from a minority, putting it into a small, or taking from a majority, putting it into a small handful of people's pockets, that's where your inflation is, because they can take that money and they can put it where they want. The housing, they can put it in healthcare, they can put it in any service that you've seen increase while you've seen prices like the television sets and our phones and our computers go down, because that's not where the money's directed. That's capitalism, actually, because they have to compete against other products. And you've taken, with inflation and printing of money, capitalism away from us. You turned us into a Keynesian economy. That's how Keynesians work. They just print their money, and it's failed in the past, and it's failing this time. We have 38 trillion. I don't think half the people in this town know how many zeros are in $1 trillion. And we're 38 trillion in debt. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No hands online, so we'll go back to Jalen. Thank you.
Mayor Dexter, may I move? I'd like to move to extend the meeting to the end of the agenda.
Okay. I'll support it without, I don't want to get into the weeds of making an amendment. I'll support it if we can get to the end of the agenda without council reports. I think we can skip those for tonight. I see some nods. Okay, so we have a motion to extend the meeting to the end of the agenda minus council reports. Any opposition? Okay, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously, and I may jump in and pause us if we're, like, I'm not willing to stay for a long time, but we do want to get through the comp plan. All right, thank you, Jalen, for your patience. Go ahead.
On tonight's presentation is on the 2025 Housing Action Plan Periodic Update. Hard copies of this presentation are available at the council dais and in the lobby for the public. This presentation is about 10 minutes, so if possible, I would ask if you could please consider holding your questions until the end, as questions early on will likely be addressed on later slides. Additionally, you'll find a detailed staff memo starting on page G76 of your packet, which provides further specifics on this proposal. Next slide, please. A housing action plan is a strategic document outlining actions a community can take to address housing needs, including increasing supply, improving affordability, and expanding options. It serves as a roadmap to provide safe, stable, and affordable housing. Port Angeles uses its housing action plan to support goals from the housing element of its comprehensive plan. The city is updating its 2025 housing action plan, building on the 2019 plan to address housing issues and promote a fair, sustainable future. The update will reflect current market conditions and assess the effectiveness of existing programs and policies. Over the past 2 years, the city has researched, drafted, and presented findings for a land capacity analysis, a housing needs assessment, the housing element of the comprehensive plan, and the housing action plan. Next slide. The housing needs assessment includes a background analysis used in the housing element and the housing action plan. It serves as the justification for goals, policies, and tasks in each plan. The housing needs assessment includes a community profile, a workforce profile, a land capacity analysis, housing supply information, a summary of the Clallam County point-in-time count, and a gap analysis. The bottom line of the housing needs assessment is that Port Angeles needs at least 1,970 housing units in the next 20 years. The city has the land capacity for 4,841 housing units with thoughtful planning and zoning. Next slide. The 2025 Housing Action Plan details 13 housing initiatives, either new or needing improvements to existing processes or funding. Policies marked with an asterisk indicate either a new initiative or amendments specific to the Planning Commission motions. The City Council has prioritized these tasks as follows: a blighted property reduction strategy, weatherization and repair programs, permit-ready plans, affordable housing grants, a fee waiver program, multifamily builders training, a citywide housing instability advocate. Next slide, please. The Housing Pipeline Project, co-living and home sharing updates, multifamily property tax exemption, community land trust, workforce housing initiatives, and a landlord risk / mitigation fund. Next slide. The Housing Action Plan was noticed on September 24th in the following places: in the Peninsula Daily News, on the city's website, posted on the City Hall noticing board, and sent to local housing partners and stakeholders. The Housing Action Plan is associated with the State Environmental Policy Act, Environmental Impact Statement. The draft EIS comment period ended on October 18th, 2025, and city staff will issue the final environmental impact statement within 60 days. Next slide. Various public engagement efforts for the Housing Action Plan included one-on-one meetings with housing partners, the visioning and comprehensive plan surveys, where we received over 1,400 responses and collected 600 housing stories. Staff presented the Housing Action Plan at Planning Commission meetings, tabled at community events, and presented the Housing Action Plan to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. The Housing Action Plan was announced on the city's website on August 8th and promoted via pop-up ads. Next slide. Public comments were received by staff via email from over 50 community members and organizations during the open public comment period. Common themes were affordable housing needs and rent concerns, housing supply planning and strategy, supportive housing and services for unhoused residents, regulations, incentives, and funding mechanisms, blighted properties, renovations, repairs, stakeholder and partner organization input, and general recommendations and systemic issues. Next slide. As mentioned earlier in the comprehensive plan presentation, city staff presented the Housing Action Plan to the City Council on September 23rd. Next slide. All solutions presented to the Council were included in the final version of the Housing Action Plan provided to the Planning Commission for the public hearing on October 22nd, 2025. The following slides highlight some of the changes made in response to these comments. Next slide. In summary, the City Council prioritized the Housing Action Plan housing tasks. Staff clarified the outreach efforts for the weatherization program and that it needed to be reevaluated. And staff provided an update on the BPA funds without operations at McKinley. Manufactured homes were added as a future goal to the Permit Ready Plan goal housing task, and the Homelessness Navigator was renamed to a citywide housing instability advocate. Next slide. The new housing instability advocate role would lead the coordination of enhanced policies like converting old motels into offices or permanent housing or emergency shelters, expanding transitional housing options like tiny home villages or safe parking programs, and boosting the collaboration with existing homelessness outreach and co-response teams. Staff has also addressed young adults' housing affordability issues related to wages and rental supply in the City Council memo and in the economic development element, and differentiated manufactured homes from other alternative housing types in Land Use Policy 3.15 and Housing Policy 3.3 in the Comprehensive Plan. Next slide. During the October 22nd, 2025 Planning Commission public hearing for the Housing Action Plan, the Planning Commission made several motions which have already been incorporated into the Housing Action Plan. The first being to amend Task 1. The city will investigate reducing permitting fees for demolishing or reconstructing blighted properties. The Planning Commission motion to add Task 12 to investigate incentives for housing developers building homes for households above 80% AMI. And motion to add new task 13. Investigate the implementation of a landlord risk/mitigation fund that reimburses landlords for damages, unpaid rent, or legal costs when they lease units to tenants with barriers like past evictions or low credit. Next slide. Staff are recommending not including the following Planning Commission motion to investigate the area median income aggregated data in the land capacity analysis. The land capacity analysis follows the Washington State Department of Commerce's guidebook on writing a housing element. The guidebook methodology itself aggregates income bands into three categories: 0 to 80%, 80 to 120%, and 120% plus area median income. Since this typology that serves these income is generally the same, multifamily apartments. Next slide. Staff recommends not disaggregating income bands as it would conflict with the Washington State Department of Commerce guidance for updating a housing element. Historic program participation is illustrated in the appendices on the adequate provisions and special housing inventory. As a result, this item has not been included in the Comprehensive Plan Amendment 250112. Next slide, please. Thank you again to our City Council members and community members who have participated in the Housing Action Plan planning process. City Council's recommended next steps are to conduct the first reading of the ordinance and to continue this matter onto the December 16th, 2025 council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Navarra, go ahead.
I have a question, well, really just some comments about new task number 13. My questions are really about, and I don't have a problem generally with the investigation of the implementation of a landlord risk or mitigation fund. And it's not that I don't think that that's a problem, it clearly is. But speaking as somebody, probably the only person in this room who actually has made substantial efforts in a previous job to actually stand one of these up, I have some concerns about the city managing and running that fund. And so I'm not going to vote against it, but I think it would be helpful to know, and I'm usually not in the position, I think that the city's responsibility is to deal with homelessness and to adequately provide safe and affordable housing to all of our residents. That being said, I want to make sure that tax dollars are not going into necessarily funding landlord costs. In other communities that I think have done this very successfully, it is paid out of foundation grants, community donations, what have you, and that those funds are managed usually by a community foundation, which we have here on the Olympic Peninsula. And so, again, I'm not going to not support this, but I hope that our investigation includes looking at community partners who I think actually might be a better fit for actually managing this kind of fund, because I'm just not sure that the city is the right home for that, while I do think that we could be a good advocate and potentially convener. And so I would just sort of wanted to make that note, but I think the idea of the fund is a very good one, and I think it should exist in every community, including ours. But again, I'm just not convinced yet that the city is, that the city of Port Angeles as an institution is the right home for that on a long-term basis.
Thank you, Navarra. Other council members? Okay, I will just say that.
Wait.
Oh, Lindsay, go ahead.
Sorry, I know you want to end the meeting. I ran the new staff position. Sorry, I don't think I have the new name for it, but the navigator by a room full of advocates at Taffy, and the answer was really, we don't need more staff helping people navigate through a lack of exits from homelessness. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I think the city's role needs to be to create those exits from homelessness, which is this wonky social worker term for low-cost housing. Just read a great article about how YMCAs used to provide single-room occupancy that in today's dollars would have been $240 a month rent. In the 1920s. Like, you didn't have the homeless crisis in the 1920s that we have today, because we have they had really low cost housing. We've eliminated that for a long variety of reasons that I won't get into at 10:03 at night. But so I heard in Jalen's excellent presentation some things that I think are absolutely what the city should focus on, helping to do hotel motel conversions to housing, basically project managing some of these things that are actually going to produce, good quality housing for less than, 60% AMI residents. I think that is a great role for a staff person to really help those projects move through, our system at the city. I don't think we need somebody trying to help navigate the homeless crisis response system. That's something that I'd like to see clarified in this position as we move toward December 16th. I also agree with Deputy Mayor Carr on what is the detail of the landlord mitigation fund, because landlords are private business owners. If they're running an unprofitable business, they should close up their business. We do want housing, but we have nonprofit organizations that aren't trying to make a profit off of this able to do that housing as well. So if it's a landlord bailout fund to help landlords get out of an unsuccessful business, cash out and invest in the S&P 500, which goes up way more than even real estate in San Francisco, according to the Federal Reserve, like they can do that. We can help with that. But just subsidizing private businesses is not what we should be doing to solve housing.
Thank you, Lindsay. Anyone else? Okay, I will just jump in and say I appreciate the clarification of the housing navigator position. I think the navigator term, I would agree, is problematic, but I really like the idea of having someone to focus on the project parts of that that are listed on slide 12. The converting motels, creating more transitional housing options, like being able to focus on that piece. But I think we've heard from a number of other people that we don't need to duplicate what the county is supposed to be doing with a staff person within the city. So I appreciate the clarification, and I would support also not doing the, I don't know that we necessarily need someone increasing the collaboration. I mean, maybe we're doing that already, and that's why you've got that listed there, because there is someone on staff who's doing that. But that's the county's job, and we should make the county do their job. And I think it's still really appropriate for us to have those other task-oriented things for a position to help create those opportunities that the people doing the outreach can say, hey, the city's doing this cool stuff. You can, they'll anyway. That's the only, yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I think what we've heard from council is drop the advocate, drop the navigator, maybe a program manager, someone who actually build and help convert in the oversight of that program. And then for task 13, some kind of expectation that general fund revenues would, no matter what is investigated, general fund revenues would not be utilized to support this fund. So I think those are the things we've heard loud and clear, and can make sure the version that comes back on the 16th reflects those two items.
Yes, I think so too. Okay, let me read the ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, updating the May 2019 Housing Action Plan through a 2025 periodic update, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jalen. Calvin, number 5.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. RCW 3670A 535 requires jurisdictions planning under the GMA to allow co-living housing in any zone where 6 or more multifamily units are permitted. This update to the Port Angeles Municipal Code is to comply with that requirement by defining co-living housing and allowing it in applicable multifamily and mixed-use zones. I'll now turn it over to Ben for the rest of the presentation.
All right, Mayor and Council, my name is Ben Broderick, and I'm the Planning Supervisor for the city. Tonight's presentation is on Municipal Code Amendment 25-124 to include state-mandated co-living type residential uses in the city's zoning code. Hard copies of the presentation are available on the council dais and the lobby for the public. The presentation is about 5 minutes long, so if possible, I would please consider holding questions until the end, as questions early on will likely be addressed on a later slide. Additionally, you will find a detailed staff memo starting on G91. Next slide, please. In 2024, Washington adopted RCW 3670A 535, which requires all fully planning Growth Management Act jurisdictions like Port Angeles to allow co-living housing anywhere 6 or more multifamily residential units are permitted. Cities have until December 31st, 2025 to adopt regulations that define and govern co-living housing. This amendment ensures Port Angeles is compliant and positions the city to expand lower cost market rate housing options. Next slide, please. Co-living offers individual private rooms with shared kitchens and common spaces, making it a more affordable private market alternative, reducing pressure on subsidized housing. It supports communal living preferences, promotes walkability and sustainability, and helps make desirable neighborhoods more accessible. Smaller units reduce energy use, lower housing costs, and support climate and sustainability goals. Units that do not need renovation will require a certificate of occupancy to change from a single residence into a co-living arrangement, and any renovation to convert a residence requires a building permit. These measures ensure that fire, life, and safety requirements are upheld and up to date. Next slide, please. This co-living ordinance does two primary things. First, it creates a new definition of co-living housing based on the state's model language. As defined, co-living uses are not allowed to contain short-term lodging uses and must abide by RCW 3670A 535. Second, it updates the use tables to allow co-living housing as a permitted or limited use in all residential and commercial zones. This aligns with Commerce guidance and supports infill housing strategies in our housing action plan. Next slide, please. This code update followed all required procedures. It was noticed in September 10th, 2025 through a Peninsula Daily News, the city website, and City Hall, and sent to interested parties. A SEPA determination of non-significance was issued, and Planning Commission held a public hearing on September 24th, 2025. Commerce received the proposal for the required 60-day review and provided feedback, which was incorporated into the final version you have today. Next slide, please. On September 24th, 2025, after a public hearing, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended adoption of this ordinance. The recommendation includes adopting the co-living housing definition and allowing co-living uses in all residential commercial zones in the city. Next slide. So tonight, staff recommends that council conduct the first reading of the ordinance and continue this matter to the December 16th, 2025 council meeting for final consideration and adoption. That's it.
Thank you, Ben. All right. Are there comments or questions from council? Drew?
Yeah, excuse me. I just have one question. Since we're mandated to have this available and permitted in all zones for like the central business district, are we allowed to put restrictions on it such as not ground floor? Still permitted, but not on ground floor? Or do we have to allow the co-living in basically however they want to do it?
I don't have the RCW right in front of me, but I think that whatever the building code would allowed, that this would be allowed.
So if we allow, I think the goal of the state legislation would be to parallel what we are doing with 6 units, multifamily units. So if the code allows for a multiplex to be ground floor, we would probably need to do the same with the co-living. But the good thing is we have this coming back on December 16th and have a more clear answer for you by then.
Okay, and I guess I should double check because it went back and forth a billion times and I'm remembering things from when I served on the Planning Commission. We don't currently allow new residential construction on ground level for central business district. Is that still correct?
I don't think that is correct. I believe we allow limited units in the CBD on ground floor.
For new construction? Because actually I think I was the one that tried to carve out existing construction is okay for living, for residential, but not new construction.
Yeah, without the code directly in front of me, we can bring that back to you.
Okay, I'd mostly like, if possible, I like to leave new construction in the central business district ground floor being actual commercial real estate. Would be my preference.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will just say that this seems on the surface with my steel trap of a mind that I have at 1012. Also helpful when we think back to Nancy Steffen's presentation about this kind of home sharing thing, that it is slightly different in its focus, but allows for and maybe supports with an adoption of this ordinance, maybe gives that kind of thing a better chance because we have language that is already in place for some of that. Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, just trying to be really brief. I'm worried about that last bullet. Co-living housing is also known as home sharing. To me, this co-living housing is more like single room occupancy with a group kitchen, which home sharing, as I understand it, is basically somebody who has a home with empty bedrooms, renting out those empty bedrooms to tenants who then share the rest of their house. I don't want us to accidentally be restricting where home sharing can occur by passing this. So I haven't read the fine print, but I don't want us to be inadvertently saying you can't home share a 3-bedroom home somewhere where we're not considering the co-living housing to be allowed. So just a flag for that when it comes back to us.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and read the ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, implementing the requirements of RCW 36.70A.535 co-living housing, amending Chapter 17.08, 17.10, 17.11, 17.12, 17.14, 17.15, and 17.20 of the Port Angeles Municipal Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. All right. Any final comments or questions? Okay. Well, that means the CED show is over for tonight. Thank you very much for your patience and for all of your hard work and these great presentations. We'll look forward to talking about this again on the 16th. And we're going to speed right ahead to the third quarter budget amendment. To Serena, thank you.
Thank you. So this next item is the first reading of the third quarter and final amendment to the 2025 budget. This amendment is comprised mostly of capital projects that are being carried from the 2025 budget into the 2026 budget. So we're removing them to place them into the 2026 budget. There are also some items that are included on here that council's approved since the second amendment. So we're aligning the budget with action that's already occurred. And then there's a few items where we're keeping the budgets in line with spending that were mentioned in the 2026 budget presentation. And so council, tonight we are recommending that you conduct the first reading of the 2025 budget amendment number 3 ordinance, and that you continue this to the December 2nd council meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll read it and then see if there are any questions. An ordinance of the City of Port Angeles, Washington, amending the city's 2025 budget for the third time. Any comments or questions from council? Okay, we'll continue this to December 2nd. And we have one last item, and that is the AWC Washington Cities for Quality Community Scholarships. And while Carrie is talking, I'm going to find her piece of paper that she gave me. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So each year, the Association of Washington Cities Center for Quality Communities offers scholarships to support high school seniors who are active in leadership in their city government, community, or school, and plan to pursue post-secondary education. This year, CQC has increased the available scholarships from 3 to 4 with an award amount of $3,000 per scholarship. And so if council wishes to pursue this, we do have a staff recommendation to appoint a council subcommittee of no more than 3 council members to review scholarship applications and nominate a student to be considered for an AWC Center for Quality Communities Scholarship. And I'm adding this bit on to authorize the city clerk to submit this nomination to AWC prior to the January 26th deadline. And we outlined the process and timeline in the memo in the city council packet. And I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Carrie. So it looks like we will need to, the January 26th deadline means we would need to meet ahead of that. Are there 3 council members interested in volunteering? Lindsay probably shouldn't volunteer in case we don't meet before the end of the year, just in case you are thinking about it.
I'm good. We're going to hire a new general manager at Clallam Transit instead.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. I should keep that in mind because I may need to be an alternate for you. All right, are there 3 council members interested in serving on the scholarship committee? It doesn't need to necessarily be in person. So
I think we did this last year. I'm pretty sure I served on it, and I think we did it just by email, back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was me, Amy, and someone else.
Well, probably, since there were 3 of you. Amy's going to get voluntold. John, do you have any interest in fact, it might be better for you not to serve if you are potentially a teacher for some of the applicants. Might be a conflict. I
can volunteer, and as a point of reference, I think we had 1 applicant last year.
Okay.
So it was a very low time requirement.
So my question is this. The high school does a very thorough scholarship notebook process at the high school level. It is one of those scholarships that they would apply for through that process?
No, it has there's a separate special application for AWC. So their scholarship notebook doesn't really help. It's a different kind of,
Thank you, Mayor.
sort of. But
Thank you.
would you agree?
Yes, this is a separate process.
Okay. They can certainly rely on the information that they've gathered for their scholarship notebooks to help complete the application. It is pretty impressive to be at the conference and hear the winners. There's some really incredible kids in this state doing really cool things. And it would be, I think it's nice that we give people in this, students in this community an opportunity to apply. I'm happy to, I'm probably crazy for saying so, but if it's via email, I can probably find some time to read some applications. And I don't have a senior this year, so I feel okay about doing that. Drew, you said yes. I guess we'll start with the two of us and then
I'll do it if I'm able to.
Let's say 10.
Pretty certain I won't have those kids in my class.
Okay.
Because I teach freshmen.
Oh, good. Okay. Very good. All right. So John, Drew, and me. Latricia, go ahead.
Mine is more of a comment, and maybe we can make the comment towards AWC. I'd really like to see AWC consider scholarships for based on population size, because I think there's some smaller cities that there's more opportunities in bigger cities, and I think some of these students that apply just they are impressive, and I think that the opportunities that they have in the larger cities, you're not seeing those opportunities in smaller cities. And I think we should pressure AWC to kind of like base their scholarships, also consider population size.
Okay. And we can certainly consider that. And I also would say that when I go to AWC and say something about I'm from a small town, they're like, ha ha ha, you have 20,000 people. You're not small. So it's all relative. But I hear your point. So does anyone want to make a motion? I'll just say it and then someone can say so moved. Would anyone like to consider a motion to appoint a council subcommittee of Councilmember Hamilton, Councilmember Schwab, and Mayor Dexter to review scholarship applications and nominate a student for an AWC Center for Quality Community Scholarship and authorize the city clerk to submit this nomination to AWC prior to the January 26th deadline?
So moved.
Second.
Right, very good. Any further comments or questions? Anyone opposed? I'm not going to read it because I just read it. Anyone opposed to the motion, please state your opposition. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Oopsie, I'm off. Nathan, do you want to quickly mention legislative priorities?
Mayor, council, please do come prepared at the next meeting to discuss legislative priorities. On the radar will be non-regressive tax reform, Lower Elwha Clallam sewer project, DNR legislation, as well as a number of other opportunities. But please feel free to come with additional ideas for that discussion on December 2nd. And I'm going to ask Deputy Manager Goings to, in 30 seconds or less, tell you about some new reports in your packet.
Thank you, City Manager West. A special thank you to Councilmember Hamilton. When we met one-on-one, we talked about some of the important data that CED had that you felt should be shared, and we are doing that. So, Council, in your packet are 3 new reports. On L65, you'll see the first ever customer service report of how customer service served over 6,100 customers. 98% of them were less than 2-day turnaround. L67 is our new over-the-counter Type 0 permits. 300 of those were issued with a 91% same-day issuance of permits. And on L68, you'll find our first Senate Bill 5290 report, which shows that 99.9% of all permits issued since those council-mandated timelines were in effect met the 5290 timeline. So that's in your packet, and thank you to Councilmember Hamilton and others for asking us to be more transparent with those metrics. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to you and your staff for putting them together for us. And we are adjourned. See you on the 2nd. Thank you. Good night.